That was a really long break. I probably should have been back on much earlier, but here we are. It is now like 5:30. Oh boy. Put this in. Various channels. Let folks know that we're streaming again. Bum. Alright. So hopefully this is a little bit more stable than before. Actually, I think, just because it's kind of like in my way, I think we're going to try to move it forward a little bit. Let's see. Maybe up a little bit. Like that. Alright. I'll go like this, maybe. Oh, this is still going to be bad for my back. A year has passed since the Nargacuga's attack. Hakum village is slowly rebuilding back to its former glory. Today is the day of the rite of kinship. It's the final step to becoming a rider. But what will you have to do? Story quest has been updated. Oh, what? Okay. That's funny. It got, like, stuck. This case is a little bit wonky. It's, getting the button stuck. That could be a problem. Can't go that way. Move this over so I don't knock my camera. I'll get a drink. Alright, let's go. Should pop open. Scan lines. See what I do. Looks like they're playing like either Cabal or Contra of some kind. Good God. Anyway. Where's this?
You.
Okay, looking good so far. Oh wait, what? I have to go up this hill. I see. Wait, is this the home? It is. Oh, does it? I thought I changed that. Huh. It went back to it. Okay. Let's try this again. Monster Hunter Stories. Save. Okay, looks like it's on there now correctly. Thanks for catching that. How you doing, Drake? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I have an option to change that here in specifically on the Twitch thing in the restream channels, and it seems like sometimes it goes and sometimes it doesn't. I think maybe it just didn't find, maybe I typoed it or something, I didn't find the right one. The greatest writers never rest in their fight to be the best. But first, there's something we must do. The right of kinship awaits you. For this, there is something you need. to allow your potential to be freed. The writer's symbol, and ours alone, the bond forger, the kinship stone. I do have to say, I like it when they can figure out how to translate something in such a way that it rhymes. I give props to the translator for that. They did the same thing in Paper Mario. By this stone your hearts are bound, and with your Munster kinship found. Each stone is special, one of a kind. Keep yours close to heart and mind. Now, hold up high your kinship stone. An egg will hatch, and a Munster be known. Yeah, fair. I don't think the Pokemon Team Rocket things were done very well. But they had a lot to live up to with Hayashibara, Megumi Hayashibara being the girl for Team Rocket. That's like one of the most pro voice actresses out there. Anyway. Oh ho ho, that's one lively egg. I'm telling you true, not pulling your leg. Oh, gotcha. Awesome, Paw Pads of Power. Yeah, I'm not I'm not well versed enough in poetry to be able to tell what, cadence things are. I don't have any of those kinds of talents as far as that goes. But I'll take your word for it. Oh, that focus is not working, is it? There we go. The mysterious masked seeker of justice. Name pending. You're not wearing a mask at all. There was an egg, exactly at the moment I was passing by. It looks so tasty. Gotcha. Oh, by the way, I should hop in Discord if you want to do voice chat. Up to you what you want to do, but I will hop in Discord. There we go. Yes, it actually connected this time. Take your friendly stomach elsewhere. possum paragon of feline kind. And the Seeker of Justice, wearing a mask? What happened to him, dare I ask? Baron Metz, please do let me know what to do with this frolicsome fellow. Emil, well, if that's the case, I'm telling you now, this is the right place. Since I'm such a knowledgeable navigator, call me Navi. Naviru. Yeah. Seriously picking up the stray? That is so not awesome. You're in the middle of a ritual, you say? Right then. You'll be needing my help. It looks like this feline is here to stay, so let's get that ritual back underway. Oh, okay. Yeah, hopefully, at least it's working. You know, before when I was doing the whole 4K thing, it wasn't working at all. So, I should probably put up like a, I don't know, some kind of border. I should come up with some kind of border image for around this. Like, over in this area, over on the left area and the right area, maybe. Excuse me, put it behind the chat. You put it behind everything. I wonder, you know, let me do that real quick. 3DS, image. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, don't feel like, you know, pressured or anything to join. Just whatever you want to do. I wonder if I can find a good one. Maybe. I'm gonna try something real quick. Let's put this on. Borders. What's the 3DS border? I'll add an image. 3DS border. And it's gonna be no, I don't like that. That's not gonna work. Well.
Hello.
Oh. You surprised me. How's it going, man?
Good. So I won't be watching, I'll just be talking. I hope that's not annoying.
That's fine. I could even share the stream in here.
Okay. Well, if you do that, then I will watch it. I don't mean that as a bad thing. I mean, you know, I will pull it up.
Yeah, no problem. Hopefully it's interesting. I'm just kind of... So this is Monster Hunter Stories. It's the kind of more turn-based RPG one.
Ah. Well, it looks like there's an update for the Saturn core coming soon.
For the mystery?
Yeah.
Very cool.
There's been some stuff updated, but it hasn't. I haven't seen it pushed out to whatever I'm pulling from and the repos. There's like one repo that did get updated, but I'm not seeing the stuff integrated into the builds yet. So I don't have it yet.
Gotcha. They don't do. I take it they don't do like nightly builds of that.
I mean, you could build it yourself. It's all the source code's there, but yeah, they don't. I mean, it doesn't change that much. It hasn't changed. He hasn't updated it. He updated it just now, and it hasn't been updated since like December 1st. So they don't. That's why they don't do nightly builds. It's just one guy working on it. One guy in eastern Ukraine.
Oh. That's a very safe area these days, I hear.
Yeah. Well, the eastern part is a little safer, I think, but
it's probably safer than it was.
Yeah, the eastern part, yes.
Back in 2014 through 2018, right? And they were...
Right. Yeah, he's somewhere in Donbass, I think.
Should we name this Velocidrome?
So he's probably okay as far as that goes, but he might have some other concerns, when he's not working on code. But yeah, he updated it December 1st last year, and then just this week. But it's not in the thing that my script gets. And I looked to try and see if there's something else that I could grab, but no, not yet. Or just to make sure my script is looking in the right place. Well, I don't know where my script exactly is looking, but just haven't bothered to look at that. But I just looked at a couple different places just to see if there was something somewhere else.
Gotcha.
So I don't know the full details of how the things integrate. So that bit I don't get, but because I'm not doing the development work on it, so I'm not,
Right. You're just an end user.
So I'm just not up to speed on it. That's all. As to where they're putting stuff and all that sort of thing. But yeah, it's supposed to fix like some of the disk reads, so it might fix that game I was trying to load before. I don't remember if you were watching that one, but I was trying to load a disk and it would just not run. I know Saiyan watched that.
When was this stream?
It was one of the first ones I did. I was on Twitch.
Oh.
It's also, it's up on
Maybe.
YouTube if you want to look at it, but it was the first like long one I did. I think Saiyan was there, and then I think Game Boy Guru came in a little later, so I kind of went through the Saturn stuff again. So there's 2 Saturn sections in there.
Gotcha.
But if you look, I was trying to load Metal Black, and it just wouldn't load. And I think it's a CD read thing, because it was doing weird stuff with that. And that's what's supposed to be fixed. And it matches some other things that Game Boy Guru was experiencing with his Satiator before he upgraded its firmware. Which is Satiator it's like some sort of ODE, optical drive emulator for the Saturn.
Gotcha. So it does the mounting and all that?
Yeah. I guess something in there wasn't right, so it'd be similar CD read issues. Because he was having similar issues with one of the ones where the sound would cut out, the music would cut out. Because it's probably loading that off a disc as it's on the fly. But anyway, it's exciting news that might get a lot better stuff working. Who knows?
Yeah, as much as we sometimes joke about nothing works anymore being kind of the perennial motto of Technology 2023.
Right.
I think there's a lot of projects out there that are just, they keep on keeping on.
Yep.
Okay. I think this case that I got from my 3DS is like pushing down on the buttons. Like I'm not touching anything right now, and it's spinning. And it's just it's a little tight fit. There we go.
Is the case supposed to help you with like mounting it still or whatever for the camera, or is it just a like protective thing?
Well, my thought was that it would be more comfortable to hold for long periods of time, and it would be a stabilizer.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's not like, you know, if I'm doing a little bit of things, like you can't really tell if it's moving around too much. But you know, if I was like getting into an action game, going, you know, I wanna be better about that, and not make people sick.
I've seen that happen once. There was a video I watched, and it got a little movement, and the guy's usually really, really good with having this stuff locked down, even when he's doing handheld. So he must have just not had the right kind of way to clamp down that thing. I think it was the Minivaders video for the Atari Lynx, and it just moved a little bit, but you know, it wasn't bad.
I think as long as I stick to...
I wouldn't critique that guy anyway, because he's a little sensitive to that, so... I mean, not to his face. I guess I wouldn't. I'll be honest to other people, you know. Not that I'm not honest to him, but you know what I mean.
Fair enough, fair enough. Not everybody's like, oh, give me all the constructive criticism you can, so it can be better.
Right.
You know?
Nah, he gets all, like, defensive, and it's like... You know... I get it though, because you want to be perfect, and then you're like, oh man, now I gotta redo the whole video because it's not perfect, or you know what I mean? I can see that sort of thing. So I did actually point one out, and he did fix it one time, one thing, and it wasn't a goof on his fault at all. So, but I've tried to walk it back a little bit with him. He's a good guy, so I'm not gonna, you know... If it bugs him, I won't do it, you know?
Right. Gotta find that balance, and it's different.
Right, it's one of those, if it helps him, I'll do it. If it doesn't help him, I won't. It's just like anything.
We'll go ahead and turn on Stream Pass, just in case somebody passes me as I'm streaming.
That'd be funny. I don't know if it still works, but there's you can set up a Raspberry Pi to be a spot pass.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which I had done at one point. So I always had a spot pass. It was pretty cool, and you could go to where supposedly it didn't always work because some people don't read the directions very well. But you could go to one where someone had spot passed, like there were certain ones where it's supposed to be like only people that were red, or only people that were like male or female or something like that, so that you could get stuff, because there's a couple of like achievements. That like there's one, I think there's one achievement that's like meet 5 females in a row or something like that.
Interesting. Which game was this for?
It's the Me Plaza.
Oh, okay.
The Me Plaza achievements thing. I think there's something like that in the Me Plaza one, and then there's some of the Me Plaza games. Depending on what color shirt they have, which matches like their favorite color, and when you create the Me, they'll have a different power. So sometimes you need a certain power, so you go to ones, so you want to go to the one that's like all the same color or something like that, because they're like color related. So people have set up ones where you go in that room if you're that color, you know.
Got it. Got it.
I think the problem is if you go to match up to get the stuff, and you're not that color, then it, you know, so you got to change your thing to go. You know what I mean? When you do it, and I think people were like forgetting that.
I think the ACQ here means that I've already downloaded these before.
ACQ.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you can see that ACQ on the list of.
Oh, acquired.
Yeah, I guess this is these are things from
I thought
the.
it stood for. I thought it was like an acronym. That's why I was like ACQ. What? I didn't realize like it's an abbreviation for acquired. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I haven't really messed with too much of the you know, like the Mead Plaza and the that kind of stuff as far as excuse me.
I did for a while because when it came out, there was a guy at work that had that also had a 3DS, so we'd bring him in.
Mm-hmm.
And it would sync up like once, you know, basically it would sync up once a day. I think it was like 8-hour thing, so sometimes if we were working late, we'd get a second one, but you get a street pass from them. And that would really help. And then I got my spot pass and I got into it from that. So yeah, having a guy to do it with on a regular basis helps you get into whatever. You know, having somebody to play with.
Yeah. I think for me, the only thing I've really used my 3DS for is when I've gone on like business trips, and
yeah,
you know, it's like I'm the only one that still plays games at my age, at my workplace.
Yeah.
I mean, some people, that's not entirely true. I have a coworker that plays lots of like COD, and I have another one that was actually no, one was all about League of Legends, one was all about COD. Call of Duty, and then one was all about doing these tournaments for Super Smash Melee.
Oh yeah. Well, there was only one guy that had a 3DS that brought it in anyway. If anyone else had it, they didn't bring him in. But otherwise, I wouldn't have brought it into work, you know.
Right.
But it was neat because I would pass like 3 spot passes on the way because they had like McDonald's for spot passes, and I'd pass like 3 of them on the way to work. So I'd go and I'd take like the way that would pass to 3 McDonald's. I go and like stop at one and get a spot pass, stop at another one, get a spot pass, get a spot, you know, on the way in. So it worked when they added those spot pass things. I know they shut down the McDonald's ones a long time ago. But then I found Pi Pass, and I could just do it at home. But I haven't set that up in a long time.
I was gonna say, necessity is the mother of invention, right?
Yeah, I don't even know how I stumbled across it. I don't remember if I was looking at just neat things you can do with the Raspberry Pi, or I had questions about how Spot Pass worked, or what I looked up. But I just discovered that there was a thing, and I'm like, let me download this and see how it works. Wow, you know, it worked. Because I wasn't using Wi-Fi on my. I actually had to go get a Wi-Fi adapter because I just, you know, I use wired where I can, and so I got a Wi-Fi thing so it could, you know, do the relay to the 3DS. So the Wi-Fi was actually broadcasting the spot pass, the spot to the 3DS.
Right. So, did you have like, are there specific ones you go to for specific games? Or is it just like, because I know with various games I've had, they've had different features that are like the Street Pass things, where, like in Monster Hunter 3, if you meet other people that are also playing Monster Hunter 3, and if you get their... Do you have to get their guild card? I don't know if you have to get their guild card. No, because I have some from people I've never actually interacted with. So I think if you just, like...
You have to turn it on to allow it, but yeah.
Yeah, you have to have your DS in, like, rest mode or whatever, you can't have it like off.
Yeah.
You have to have it in rest
Right.
mode, and you have to have it enabled.
Right.
And then if you
Right.
like cross by somebody else who's got the same situation, then they'll be able to use your group or use you as a mercenary to go hunt monsters in the while they do their main quests. So.
Yeah, you just have to have someone that has that game.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even have to have it like in their DS at the time or anything, and they just have to have, you know, a save file for that game, and then you could do it. There's a lot like, and any of the games that do that with, you know, they have to have that game, and then basically you interact with that save file is essentially what it is, with the information in it, you know, the pertinent information. And some of them would be just sort of novelty, and some of them are, you know, kind of fun and useful. Depending on the game. Yeah, the Meat Plaza games were good.
Yeah, I know my nieces got really into the one where you like take a picture and turn it into like a helicopter or something like that.
Oh yeah, that was one that comes with the game. That was a built-in. The what was that called? Like the face fighting game.
Like knee bombers or something maybe, or knee copters. I don't know.
No, I just set up a 3DS too. Let me turn it on and tell you. Since it's only got that on it. I'm gonna try and transfer my other stuff to it, but the other 3DS I have is dead, so I have to bug Nintendo about it. Face Raiders.
Oh, Face Raiders. Yeah, okay.
That's what it's called. Well, yeah, where you're like it's just a face with a little helicopter, like sort of helicopter beanie type thing. I never beat it. I got stuck on the final boss.
And the Face Raiders game?
Yeah.
I didn't realize there was like a game there. Seems like the only things that my nieces were doing were just like taking pictures of each other and then like playing against each other or something, or doing some kind of thing that was just like a multiplayer mode or something.
I don't know, because I only ever played it on one. I never played multi on that one, unless it's a different game or a different aspect of it that I didn't notice. It's been a while since I played it. You know, like 6 years maybe.
Oh, I forgot that they tell you which one beats what on the little menu here. This is that,
Is it a rock, paper, scissors type thing? Yeah.
Right. So it does power up on, so I need to do speed. Oh, okay, you do still take damage, even when you do the right move, but it's just reduced. Oh, and you do get levels in this one. I forgot about that. Hey, Dolphy. How's it going, man? I think I'm actually fine for right now. Two streams in one day. You talking about me or you talking about you? You doing more Dig Dug now? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, obviously I was playing the Scheme earlier. I got my 3DS in a case here. Threw away the box, but as you can see, it's kind of like a silicone case around it. With the hope that this will maybe stabilize my gameplay a little bit, so that I don't make anybody sick with it going all around, all over the place. Hopefully I minimize that. But this is Monster Hunter Stories on 3DS. This is still kind of the tutorial area. Only 200 hours to go. I hope it's not that long, but a lot of these Monster Hunter games can go for pretty long. I know Foxy was saying if you wanted to do everything that you can do in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, basically they have the low rank, the high rank, and then the G rank, or the master rank. And if you want to get everything done in master rank, and like have built all the weapons, like all the different types of weapons, he said that takes people 600 to 700 hours. It's like that's too much for me. So in that game, I'm probably just gonna do the just try for the
600 to 700 hours.
Yeah.
That's a lot of hours.
Right?
I mean, I put in a lot of. I put in like 120 hours in Ocarina of Time 3D.
Mm-hmm.
On the 3DS, so I know what that's like, you know. And mind you, and that was me like obsessively getting every single thing. And I think I'm a little bit slower than some of them, because a lot of people are like, oh, I beat this game in 10 hours or whatever, and I'm like, it takes me 15, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I probably try to do more than people, but I still think, even, you know, because I've like done some sort of, you know, guesstimates and things like that, and I think I do seem to go slower through games.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's not
No, I don't mean it like that. I just tend to go at a slower pace, that's all.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, if I wanted to go at faster pace, I could. That's not the issue. It's just I like a slower pace, you know.
Yeah, I get you.
And I try to get more stuff, so that's why you know, something that maybe 11-hour game for somebody, for normal, it'd take me like 13, 15, something like that, you know. Because I like to try and get 100% on stuff, and I, you know, go at a slower pace. Or what was it we were talking about, like backtracking?
Yeah. What's the game? The Scheme.
I take it one way and then freak out and think I've gone the wrong way and then go back the other way. Or whatever it was, where you're saying that do you follow the right-hand rule or left-hand rule, you were asking, I think?
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I just go whichever way I think is not the, like, main path, and then I turn around when I second-guess myself. Because I try to do, like, all the side paths first, you know?
Yeah, Dwolfie says he puts so much time into gaming, he doesn't even call it hours, he calls it days.
Yeah. Well, I forget, did you see when I did the Tetris?
Yeah, Tetras. Tetras.
Tetras, yeah, that's how I spelled it.
That was pretty cool.
It took me a year to make that. Now,
I,
obviously, I wasn't doing not an actual year in time elapsed time, but over the course of a year, when I had time, on nights and weekends, I did that.
right, right.
But yeah, that took me a long time to do.
Hey, Zan. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing another 3DS stream.
And then I watch stuff, and people are like, yeah, I could code up Tetris in like an afternoon. I'm like, oh jeez.
Well, it kind of depends on what they mean by that in terms of like what do I want to say, like
I know they don't necessarily mean. Well, plus if they've done it before.
Mhm.
But I had to do everything from scratch, and plot it out, and figure out how it was gonna work, and that sort of thing. I mean, I did understand the language, so there wasn't that much, but I did have to learn, I think, how to do some of the commands or whatever you call them that I used. Learn how they worked.
Right. You gotta learn the language, and then you gotta have a design pattern that you want to follow or idea, and then the coding itself is usually the fast part, but the coding itself is not the tricky part, right? It's
Right.
like when you run into, well, how do I accomplish, this kind of algorithm and that kind of algorithm?
Right. Yeah, you got to do the logic of it first. That's what I did. I was like, okay, I got to do this, and then it's got to do this. When this happens, this has to happen, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember thinking about it, and I don't remember how or why it came to me, but I just thought, Tetris, that's a pretty simple game. I could probably write that.
Yeah, things are always. I don't know if it's this way for you, but it's for me. It almost always seems like the things that seem like they would be real simple end up being real complicated, and sometimes things that are complicated end up being actually pretty simple.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't too complicated, really. It was one of those. It's like that seems like it's a simple. The game is simple enough. It seems like I could do it, and then to prove that, I did it. So I feel like I was correct in that assessment, as far as the game was simple enough for me to figure out how to do it. And it was a good coding exercise.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it took a long time, but it also didn't matter. I didn't have any deadlines. It was just when it's done, when I'm satisfied with it. And
Yeah.
it just had to work for me, so it wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, when I've done my own like toy programs, it's it's the same kind of thing. It's like you're doing it for your own satisfaction, not for working on some other deadline.
Right. So it's a spare time when you're not doing something else.
Right, right.
I've still done coding and stuff, like even off work, because I've done other things. And it's kind of nice because I've done some things like coding for fun and projects that I want to do, and I learned some stuff that I can use for work, and vice versa. I've done some stuff for work that I can learn for, my fun projects or whatever. So it's good both ways. So I'm glad that I do these things.
Right. Hey, by the way, saying the Wolfie, actually, I don't know if the Wolfie, I don't know if I've invited you to my server before, but you are more than welcome to join the voice chat as well if you like. Let me see if I can find you on Scanlines. Somewhere. These aren't organized alphabetically. So
I'm in the voice chat, so I can't put the link in the.
I think I gotta make sure I invite him to my server. I don't see him in the user.
If you're talking to the Discord.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Discord.
Yeah, I mean I could share the link, but I'm not in the Twitch, so I can't drop it into Twitch or YouTube or whatever.
Right.
I know I'm a mod in the thing, so I should be able to drop a link.
I'll just put it in the stream chat here.
In the Oh yeah, you can also put it in the. I forgot you could drop it in the one chat and it'll carry it to the other too.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about that. Like if you get the chat bot. Oh yeah, Lost Poogies. I totally forgot about this. Yeah, if you have the. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll have to mess with that.
Yeah, like the main thing is obviously to get your, YouTube channel and your Twitch talking to each other. Yeah. But also like if we're using the same Discord channel as the base, then possibly that means we would be sharing a chat back and forth as well, which might be useful if we're doing like Monster Hunter together or something.
Yeah, that would be cool. I know you said when you said that, and I was like, yeah, that would be awesome. That would be so awesome. Like, so somebody's watching you on YouTube, they can chat with like somebody watching me on Twitch. That would be awesome.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I think these guys do technical all the time, so I think I'm gonna do power. Unless my monster.
We just gotta make sure that it doesn't do something where it gets into a feedback loop or something.
Yeah, that would be kind of funny. That's like it's almost like when you get chatbots talking to each other.
Yes. There was somebody did that with like Siri and Alexa, or maybe it was the Google one. I don't remember. I think it was Siri and Alexa were talking to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And like Siri was like, "Hey Alexa, blah 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 blah," and then Alexa was like, "Hey Siri, blah 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 blah," and it was like a loop.
Mm-hmm. Armor skin. Okay. Yeah, San, you should watch, I don't know if you've watched the playthrough of Monster Hunter Stories before, but there's the introduction of Nabiru, I kind of forgot how cutesy it was. When I was watching it earlier, I was just thinking the whole time, San would love this. So, I think if you bring up YouTube, you can go back in the stream if you want, or you can just watch the Twitch video later.
Yeah, you can rewind on YouTube. But not on Twitch for. Oh, it's just the way they did it, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You can rewind when it's in the VOD, but not live.
Right. I think this might be the Monster Den. No, wait, I have to do the waterfall. That's what I have to do. Yeah. Life's it. Oh, it's on the Pookie. I couldn't really tell because of the lighting. Oh, binoculars. Curing burn. Increases defense for 3 turns. Reveal monster strengths and weaknesses. That wouldn't be bad. Oh, oops. I hit the wrong button. So I want the binoculars. Yes. It's interesting to me. This place has the same kind of background ambient noise as the cave in Monster Hunter 3 on the deserted island map, which is the it's the same one you go to for your when you go on expedition in that one. It's a good thing you didn't chuck the stone in. That might have been bad. Gotcha. That's totally cool, Wolfie. I appreciate you being here. Feel free to, as I was telling Drake earlier, feel free to, give any constructive criticism on what would make this a better stream. I'm more than happy to try and make things better. Even if it's just like, this game's super boring, you need to go play something else. I'll at least think about it.
Well, I'd say make the screen bigger, but you can't really.
I can't. It just it doesn't do the phone thing.
Yeah. Well, even still, like if you got both, one thing you could do is you could just do the top screen and make that bigger. Because the bottom screen's usually just, informational HUD type stuff that's not on the top screen. But then, we won't be able to see it then. Unless you did something fancy with 2 cameras, or you were actually like somehow streaming it to the PC or something, and then the PC would split it up or something like that. But
I mean, I do have another older phone, but I think the screen is cracked on it.
Yeah, well, I'm not being like, oh, get out another phone right now. I mean, I'm just saying it would be nicer, if it was a little easier to see, but. Probably the best you could do with your current setup would be to just do the top screen, and then we could see it a little better. But I don't know what the general consensus would be on that. But
I mean, it really depends on game to game on 3DS too, because sometimes it's like the bottom screen has.
Sometimes the stuff at the bottom is more part and parcel of it. Can't remember what game I was playing, but yeah, there's one game where there's stuff on the bottom, and you go, and the top screen is really just an extended screen of the bottom, except it doesn't have the touch stuff. And that's where like emulating it would be really good, because you can put the screens wherever.
Yeah, yeah.
You can put them side by side instead of up, instead of vertically, and then you get more real estate that way. Because you got a lot of dead space there.
Right, right. And likewise, I could be doing like playing on a controller back here, instead of probably destroying my back.
Yeah. Can you get a controller? How would you do that?
If you have an emulator, you can just plug it in.
Oh, if you're using an emulator, yeah, then you could use a controller with it. Yeah. Because I didn't think there was a way you could use a controller with the 3DS.
No, on the first version of the 3DS, there was a thing that they made actually specifically for Monster Hunter, that like added a little thing on the side that had another analog stick over here.
Yeah, I have one of those.
Oh, cool. But I don't know what they plugged into or how that worked, or because I don't
You
have.
use the infrared port in the back.
Oh, the infrared port.
The interface, yeah, there's an infrared port. This is a regular 3DS, right?
This is a new 3DS XL, but yeah.
Oh, well, that may not have it. I don't know. A regular 3DS, there's a black spot right next to where the stylus is.
Sorry for shaking. Oh, where the stylus is?
That's actually an infrared port.
Oh, that
It doesn't work with the new 3DS.
Yeah, I know the stick that they have is the wrong size.
Well, the new 3DS has has a little nub or whatever with it.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't need it.
Oh, you mean it has? Does the original 3DS didn't have this?
There's the regular one, but there's on the right side there's like a little nub thing, right?
Yeah, there's a little nub thing, but you can't. I mean, I don't know. It's not super helpful. I've used it in some games. Well, anyway. Let's see. I think this guy is mainly speed. I think either speed or technical.
Well, I don't know. It's supposed to use that little nub. Has similar functionality, so the thing's not required for it. I mean, all it was is to move the camera, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's an extra camera button essentially.
Yeah. So I got that, and I don't remember that it worked with like 3 games. And I think one of the games I had, maybe it was the Kid Icarus game, worked with it. Or one of the games I was interested in. I don't remember. I think I was considering getting Monster Hunter 2 at the time, but I never ended up getting it.
Oh, on like a PS Vita or PSP?
Well, on the 3DS.
Oh, I didn't realize Monster Hunter 2 came out. Or you
No,
mean
I was just thinking get Monster Hunter.
Oh, Monster Hunter
like the one
also.
Yeah, also.
Sorry, I'm retarded.
It's alright. I was possibly thinking about it just because, I mean, partly because it used that thing, but I know there were a few other games that worked with it, because I did get it for that, and I just ended up not playing whichever game it was. I think it was the Kid Icarus game, but I could be wrong. There was at least one game that I got that worked with it. Because I don't think I just bought it for no reason. I don't think I did. I don't know. I do weird stuff sometimes. I do have an e-reader.
The an e-reader?
I have an e-reader, sorry.
An e-reader. Oh, right.
I was gonna say the, and then I changed it and I said eh. Or tried to say an.
Right. I mean, I have no, I guess I never bothered getting a Kindle, because by the time I was using by the time I had a big library on Kindle, I already had a smartphone, and it didn't. I know a lot of people are real fussy about the like the e-ink stuff. The
Yeah.
whatnot that you can get with the actual e-reader that looks like a book. It's more like a book.
Yeah.
But it didn't really bother me that much. So I don't know. Just a matter of taste.
I have a Kindle. I prefer it, but I can use it on the phone. I've been doing it, and I actually just charged my Kindle up last night because I wanted to start using my Kindle instead of the phone.
Got it.
The advantage is it doesn't drain your phone battery unless you're like, you know, tethered or whatever. But
Right. I mean, I'm usually plugged in on my phone when I'm using it anyway. I'm
Me
such
too.
a home buddy. I'm such a home buddy. I don't know.
me too.
I should admit
too.
that.
Well, I admit it. I admit it. It's the same here. It's not a problem doing it if I have to, but
Right.
I'm just saying that's an advantage, is that you don't have to.
Right.
It's not enough of an advantage to necessarily get one in and of its own. I do actually like the, because especially in daylight, I mean, which phones can be bright enough. You know, I mean that's drains the battery more, but they can be bright enough in the day that you can read them. But it looks great in daylight. It's very nice. And that's one of the things, like, people don't like looking at screens because of that.
That's very fair. I have to. I know when I do like lunch breaks. When I used to work when I used to go to the office, I'd like go on lunch breaks and bring my phone with me to read something while I'm eating. And I always had to, almost always had to pick the seat with shade.
Right. Don't have to do that with the Kindle.
That is a pro.
And yeah, I got one that has a light built in now too. So originally I had the second gen Kindle I got originally, which that did not have a light built in, but it could play MP3s. And then I sold that one because I wanted to sell it when it still had enough value to make it worth selling. And then I got a different one later. I got a Kindle Paperwhite. Because one of the other guys at work had one of those, and I was just like, I want one of those so bad. Some of the newer ones are really, really nice, but I'm like, I don't have $170 to spend on one of those.
Wow.
Or whatever it is, $250, something like that. Some of they're really because they have for like high-end ones. I forget what they're called.
I was thinking that the price point was part of their sales, because like, you get like a new phone. If you get like a new Samsung or whatever, it can be $200, $300. But if you get like a Kindle, or the Nook, the old what was it, Barnes and Noble's Nook, right? You could get those for like $40, $50, something like that. At least I don't know. Maybe I'm remembering wrong, but I thought they had a pretty relatively cheap price point compared to phones.
The low-end Kindles, yeah. I think it was like $50 for my Kindle or something like that. And then I did end up paying the $20 extra to remove the ads after a while when I got tired of it. But oh dang it, I was just going there. Now available in denim and agave green, Kindle Paperwhite. I'm clicking on it, but nothing's happening. Oh, there it's going. But now with a larger display and adjustable warm light. Yeah, the warm light's better. I don't like the light I have is like a cold light, which I don't like.
Oh, I can't.
I mean,
the little...
it's better than no light, but
Right. I was gonna say I can use the little nipple thing to turn it. I probably shouldn't call it that on stream, but
yeah, that could be Well, that's what it is, right? But yeah, that could be misinterpreted. 6.8-inch display, 16 gig. They're really nice. Yeah, it's Kindle Paperwhite is $150. The brand new one.
That's too rich for my blood. Well, I guess I didn't say that considering I'm playing a 3DS that cost me probably $200, and
yeah,
my Switch is probably was $200. My PS5 over there. Well, anyway.
Yeah. No, but for what you use it, it's, you know, it may be. That's what I'm saying. Like, and I don't remember paying that much for the one I got. But you go when there's a sale, and they're selling them for like $70 clearance kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what I paid for mine, to be honest. The original one, I might have paid that much for it, and I remember selling it for like $50.
Wait, how much did you pay for the original one?
It might have been a couple hundred or something. The original one I paid for. I don't remember.
Oh, for the first Kindle you bought?
Yeah, because it was a second generation, so they were new. They were still pretty new, so they kind of cost a lot. And I think they came down a little bit in price. And I think it was somewhere around $200. You know, it might have been like 180 plus tax or something. I don't remember. But they had other paperwhite. Well, I love it though. I don't use it all the time, but they're showing the selection of books, and they have The Great Gatsby, and it still has the same cover as the one I read, and I actually have the paperback of, or I did somewhere, I don't know where, that I read when I was in high school. It's just funny because they usually change the covers a lot, so seeing one that's still in print like that. Yeah, they have, wow, they have one that you can write on. It's $340. But the other one, I think this is all the line they have now. There's one called the Kindle Oasis, which is like the really, really nice one.
Mm-hmm.
It's $250. I think I got a friend that has that one. And I forgot what it was. It has the light that auto adjusts. So like the light will be off, and then it'll come on, you know, if you're reading at night, like automatically.
That you don't have to take a break a little bit to from your reading. It's like, oh, it's suddenly dark. My eyes hurt.
Yeah, basically. Let's see. Kindle Paperwhite. Oh, all new Kindle. Kindle Paperwhite. Oh, so there's a regular Kindle that's only $100. Then there's the Kindle Paperwhite, which you can get for $140, and then I think that's like you have to pay like $20 to get rid of the ads if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the ads aren't that intrusive. I just figured at a certain point I was like, okay, I'll pay $20 now and get rid of them.
Yeah, like, are you saying that there's ads that when you're reading a book or something?
No, they're just ads on the cover, like when you have it off. And then, so when it's like basically in screensaver mode, you know,
right?
And there's like an ad for like a book. Or I think maybe when you first go into your library, it would show you like ad. It still does that anyway. Like it shows you like, here's some books you might like, because that's how they make money. But
yeah,
there was more of those offers, you know, I think, than there is now. And I think it was like $20. After a while, I was just like, I want to see what it's like without it.
Yeah, like all this kind of stuff.
It wasn't that intrusive though. So if you're one of those guys that it doesn't bother you.
Yeah, as soon as I open it up, I know what I want to read, and I just go straight to the library. I don't really bother with.
Right. So you save the $20, and they get their ads, and and it doesn't bother you. You're fine.
Right.
But eventually, I was like, I got tired of it. So yeah, I don't know if the signature edition of something a little bit more has more memory. Just looking. Oh yeah, the Oasis with the more memory, that's gonna be a lot too. And they're not really making that much money off of these things either, so from what I understand, it's kind of I don't know if it's a loss leader, but it's kind of like they make like a little bit of money just so that they kind of break even or make a little, or make just like a little tiny percentage.
Right.
Just so they don't go broke selling them, but because they make the money on the books.
Yeah. And KDP and was it KDP? The
Kindle Desktop Publisher.
Oh, well, I was thinking the thing that lets you like rent books. Essentially, you pay for a subscription and you can read a whole.
Oh. Yeah. Kindle Unlimited.
Kindle
That's
Unlimited,
what you're thinking
that's
of.
the one.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They make their money back so quick on that. So all you gotta do is buy that and not read.
There you go.
And even then, even if you read, they probably, because they only pay the authors like pennies.
Right.
This is kind of neat. The Kindle Scribe, you can write on it. Like, like a writing tablet thing, not, with a stylus.
Mm-hmm.
Not exactly a drawing tablet, but
Oh yeah, I forgot this game has fishing too.
oh, fishing. Nice.
Yeah, all the other Monster Hunter games, the mainline ones, have fishing too. It's actually not a bad. If you ever get bored of just like monster hunting, it's too much stress. You can go and
Yeah. Well, I've played. There's I think 2 Zelda games that have that.
Mm-hmm.
Which is Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess. I think both of those have fishing in them, and so does the Okami. Okami has fishing. It's basically like Twilight Princess, but it came first.
Right.
I don't know if you've played Okami or not, or Twilight Princess for that matter.
Not yet. Sorry.
Mm.
I've got
No, it's
both.
fine. Yeah. You do have them though? Okay.
I do. Yeah,
Right.
for a
Then
very
I need
long
to sell
time.
them to you. I don't need to sell them to you. Then you already have them.
There you go. There you go.
I know how that works. I have Final Fantasy like 1 through 10, or 10 and 10-2.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't played them, but I have them.
There you go. Yeah, that's most of my library. Unfortunately, I need to get on that.
Yeah, I think it was my friend got the Oasis one, and I was like, yeah, I just do not have the money for that. No, it has it has page turn buttons. The original one did that. It didn't have a touchscreen. The original one.
The original Kindle.
Yeah. The only problem is looking at the Kindle. It's like I want to dust it because you get like a piece of dust, you know, on a word, and you see it because it like obscures what you're looking at. And then you want to dust it, and then it's like, oops, I just turned the page.
Oh, I do that all the time on my phone. Like the back gesture on my phone. Every time I'm trying to like scroll around on a page, Social Galactic is really bad actually about it, because like Social Galactic will load up and it'll actually load up a little bit zoomed in, so you have to like zoom out a little bit, and then if you ever want to like look at some of the pictures, you have to click it and then zoom in, and then you kind of have to move around. And if you move too far over to the left, you can trigger the back button gesture on accident. It's like,
yeah,
dang it.
Well, I turned that off. The back button gesture. The gesture for back, I turned that off.
Alright, so I think I want probably this one.
But yeah, I know what you mean. That site is so clunky.
I mean, they're working on it. It's a lot better than it was at the beginning, so I can't complain too much.
I haven't been there in a long time. I did log into it the other day just to make sure I still could. I am paying for it, so you know.
Yeah. I forget how many quests I can have at once.
I need to go back there some more.
To Social Galactic.
There's some good. Yeah, there's some good stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the quality of the conversations is much higher than Gab. I don't really converse on Gab anymore.
I could never find. Gab. I could never find even like decent people to follow, and then. I mean, not that everyone sucked. I've found some okay people to follow.
I think you and I are probably following each other on Gab.
Yeah, obviously. So present company excluded as far as that goes. But it's like I'm never on there, so I'm never posting anything. So there's nothing for anyone to see. You know.
Right. Oops, not DLC.
I was just mostly looking at like what John would post. And that was it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Brian Niemeyer posts on Gab every once in a while, something interesting, or like a lot of.
I might be following him there. Then I'm not sure.
But he'll post up like various books, Kickstarters that are going, and Indiegogos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I try to repost those when I see those.
Good. He's good. He's good people.
I feel like it keeps me a little bit grounded if I'm, listening to, like some of the people you listen to are one way and others are like way off in a different direction. But like, I think Brian Niemeyer makes a good counter to like, if you're watching Razor Fist or if you're watching, certainly if you're ever watching like Owen Benjamin.
Watching who?
Owen Benjamin.
Oh yeah, I can't. No, I can't. Not that I don't like them, but I don't got 3 hours to sit through and get like 15 minutes of good stuff,
Oh, no. I don't really watch like his long streams or anything. And if I do, I watch them at like 2x anyway, but...
Yeah.
Even
I watched a couple of them way back in the day. Cause he's got some really funny stuff, but it's just like he'll have 15 minutes that are just genius, and then another 3 hours of just wasting my time.
Yeah.
Which I get it, it's all stream of consciousness, so that happens. It's not
Yeah, I don't like
it's not like he's intentionally trying to waste my time, you know what I mean? I don't mean it like that.
I I get a little bit annoyed with, like, sometimes he starts spiraling about theology, and it's like, this is really not an area of expertise. I'm just gonna turn this off.
Yeah.
Alright, so now I'm gonna find a place to fish. We gotta find some ore. We gotta kill a bunch of things. And... that's right, Y to ride. There we go. Now this is really a Monster Hunter riding game. Or a monster riding game.
Nice.
So I think we want to do...
Okay, oh, okay, so now the Kindle Paperwhite Signature Edition has the auto-adjusting light. And that was the big thing I needed. Or I wanted. That's what my friend had, that's why he wanted it, I remember now. He wanted it because... see, you're not quite there yet, I don't think. But we're that age where the near vision is not as good, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, when the eyesight goes. Actually, my near vision is good because I'm super nearsighted. But I have to take my glasses off to read stuff. And as it gets dark, that gets much worse.
Mm-hmm.
But with the light coming on the auto-adjusting light on the Kindle, that really helped. That really helped him a lot. And he could read much more comfortably. So he was like, yeah, it was worth it.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah. But yeah, I could get one of these. Signature edition. That's 190. I mean, I don't have the money for it right now, but I could plan for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm old enough to have to have started balding, but my
well,
eyes
that
are
could happen
still
much
okay.
earlier, actually, than the eyesight thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a friend that was like, he's older than me, and he was bald way before my eyesight started affecting me.
Right. It has a lot to do with, like, you know, what was your RNG on your genetics, right?
Yeah, the baldness, yeah, it's a genetic thing.
Well, I think sight too, to some extent.
Yes, there is some genetics to being extremely nearsighted or farsighted or what have you. But yeah, but I have that with where the eyes don't adjust quickly, so looking different distances and stuff. Yeah, it's not fun. With wireless charging. Ooh.
Ooh. That is kind of a nice one.
You know what the best wireless charging device I ever had was?
What's that?
What was it called now? I'm trying to remember. That tablet that HP made that ran the Palm, whatever the last Palm OS they had. It wasn't like Palm OS 5, it was the one they changed to with the newer stuff. It had the cards and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had then like Palm went bye-bye and they had a fire sale of all the tablets, and I got one, and that thing was amazing. The wireless charging was the best on that. I've never had anything that charges as good, you know, as conveniently as that did.
Well, that was like really new tech way back when it was on the Palm OS stuff.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that was 2010-ish or something like that. If.
Yeah, I mean, wireless charging is still like not very well adopted.
Yeah, well, they have a different standard than that thing used.
Oh yeah, of course.
But it was great. You just set it in the cradle, and it would just charge. It wasn't like where you had to like set it and have to get it like exactly within a certain square, you know, kind of a thing. You know, and it charged, I don't know how you want to call it. I don't remember if it was quick or not. It was fine, you know, the way it charged, but it was nice. It held the charge. The thing was heavy, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main reason. I sold that one, too. I loved it, but I was like, yeah, I also want to sell it while it still has some value. And then the only, like, problem I had with it was that it was heavy, and it was a big, like, 10-inch thing.
Yeah, everything's come a long way in terms of miniaturizing, like for tablets and things.
Yeah, but I haven't had anything charged as wirelessly as well as that, and I've had several wireless charging phones.
Mm-hmm.
The one I have currently doesn't have that, but I do like it. I don't see anything that says with ads. Is it more without Kindle? No. $189.99 versus. Yeah, same price. You just subscribe with the Kindle Unlimited if you want. I don't even know if they put ads on it anymore. Oh, without lock screen ads. There it is. So this is without ads, $180 or $190, I mean. 32 gig with a 6.8-inch display, wireless charging, auto-adjusting front light, and without ads.
Hmm.
And see, it's the front light that would be the. It doesn't have the warm light. It looks like, at least based on this picture, it doesn't look like it's the warm light. But that's. The auto-adjusting is really what I want.
Right.
Oh, and it's USB-C. I have to get a cover separate though. Oh, the other neat thing is if you buy it, you can link it, since you're logged in, you can link the device to your account.
Mm-hmm.
So it's already set up on your account when you get it, and has your books on it and everything.
Oh, so like when you actually have received it at the door, it's already got stuff on it. You don't have to wait for the download?
Yeah, I think so.
That is pretty neat.
You may have to wait for it to download, but it'll have your account and everything set up on it already. Because I did that with the one I have now. But you can send stuff to it, it'll auto download it, you know, when you first hook it up. But it's text, it downloads pretty quick anyway.
Well, unless you're doing manga. For some reason,
yeah. Well, yeah, you could do manga on it because that's black and white.
Oh, I wonder because I have a bunch of like comics, like Spider-Man in my Kindle library. So would they come up as black and white on this reader?
Yes. This is I have some too. I've downloaded them, and yes, they are it displays them in black and white because that's all it has.
Right.
You know, it's just like playing Nintendo, you know, on a black and white TV. You know, so it's not that great for comics.
Right.
But yeah, I downloaded one just to see what it looked like. I mean, that's where you kind of want a color tablet. And then that's, you know, obviously it's not the same as print, but depending on what you're looking for. Some people dig it, some people don't like it so much.
Right.
And if I had to spare money, I would go for that though.
I mean, actually, most of my favorite movies are in black and white too.
Well, you can't watch movies on it.
No. I wasn't saying that. But,
I know, but I just couldn't resist.
fair enough.
It doesn't animate that fast. I mean, if you don't mind watching him at like 3 frames a second, maybe. If that. I don't know how fast they are now as far as but the refresh rate is, it's very slow. It's probably something like 1/3 of a second, so yeah.
I can't climb? Oh, I guess I need a specific type of monster to climb. That's right. It's been forever since I played this. Alright. Here comes the fun part where you have to grab an egg and then run for it. And hope you get a good egg. Oh. And Naviru tells you, stop collecting things, get the egg and hurry out. Monsters could be coming.
Yep.
Gets a little bit annoying.
Well, that's pretty nice. The other one's like way more expensive though. It's just too much. I mean, that's 100. That's 190 versus 250 for the 8 gig one. I think it's 300. Oh, 280 for the 32 gig.
Okay. I don't remember at all.
Plus, I can fit the one in my pocket if I have to.
That's fair. I actually had a phone. The phone I'm using right now for the camera wouldn't fit in my pocket. So, unless I used like a large jacket with a larger pocket, but wasn't always weather appropriate.
I could fit the Kindle in my pocket. It was tight, and I wouldn't like to put it in my pocket, but I could fit it.
see, Mr. Horror Stories.
The second generation I could not, but the one I have now, the Kindle Paperwhite, I could.
Egg patterns. Here we go.
I mean, I could fit a 3DS XL in my pocket.
That's a big pocket.
I don't know, just pockets. But yeah, I get a lot of people are like, I can't fit these in my pockets, and I was like, you need bigger pockets. I just got regular pants, jeans pants pockets, and they fit.
I have a niece that is constantly complaining about the woes of being a girl is that they don't make pockets in girls' clothing as much.
Yeah, that is true. So yeah, that is a. I don't know what challenge. That's why they have purses, though.
Right.
I'm saying purses are more convenient, but that's why they have them. Is to balance out that.
Right.
Not having pockets.
So I think I found a pretty good. Sorry, go ahead.
That's what the purse is your pockets.
Dwolfie says, "Are you pleased to see me, or is that just a 3D XL in your pocket?"
3D XL.
Yeah, I would hope the thing that gets larger when it's pleased to see you isn't all the way out to your side. That would be a little bit uncomfortable. Alright, so I think this is an Aptonoth egg. I think the way when Navir says it doesn't smell, I think that means it's like less valuable. Let's try a different one. Okay, these are all Aptonoth eggs. Whatever, we'll just go with that one. It's just the first egg, so it doesn't matter that much. Okay, I think we also need... Let's see, we need to go fishing. And we need to do iron ore. I think we probably need more iron ore. Bitter bugs. Defeat some hermitar. Cone aloe leaves. And another, I need to defeat a velocodrome. So I think if we go... Find some ore, kind of random places around here. That sounds like an Aptonoth. What is this thing? Oh, whoa! Okay, that kind of scared me. Sorry for the loud voices. Loud noises.
Wasn't that loud?
Here's a monster that did not appear in Rise and World. It was the Yan Cuckoo. It was in Generations though.
Cool. Alright, I gotta take 5.
Alrighty. Hey, Evie. Yes, sir. It is Monster Hunter Stories. How's your night going, sir? Are you kicking butt and taking names? Nope, that was a little waste. Oh, like on phones? That's a thought. You probably want me over here. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see. I think we want to do, these is mostly technical, so let's do power.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Nice. Yeah, he killed my Muncie once, but I guess my Muncie gets 3 lives in this one. So, it's been a long time since I played this, so I kind of forgot about that. But I wasn't quite prepped to fight the young cuckoo yet.
Oh.
That's okay though. Let's see. I think we want some more iron ore is the main thing. So my friend Drake is here on the Discord with me. We played Monster Hunter together before. He's a real big fan of shooters. He runs his own he runs his name the wrong word, but he has his own stream. Actually, let me do a shout out. Let me bring up Twitch to do that. There we go.
Yeah, I'm on Twitch and YouTube.
Alright, doing a locals pixel art stream. Okay, cool. Well, I should join you. It's about time for me to wrap this up anyway. I'll just do this one more go and I'll catch you there. Yeah, I'm stuck. Okay, I'm done. I'll wrap this up. Alright, whatever you say at the end. I'm done. Bye. Alright, I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, so, Drake's good people. I say that with him here, but Drake's good people.
Yeah.
If you like shooters, he does a lot of that, and he's been messing around with the CX Spectrum a lot, and other stuff you can emulate on Mister.
Yeah, basically just showing off things that I find are neat, or if people ask and I have it, you know, I'll check something out.
So if they ever come out with one that does like PS3, PS4, Xbox, and Switch emulation, are they going to call it the Misses?
The misses. I don't know if they're going to have anything like that, because I mean, this is FPGA that they're programming to be these chips, so that's why it doesn't do those things. At a certain point, and now with the PS3 it wouldn't be, but at a certain point, most of those machines, like anything after the PS3, is basically just some form of PC.
Mm-hmm.
So they would just be emulating a PC. So there's, you know, less call for it, I guess, in that format. But yeah, PS3 would be interesting. They'd probably call it the Mister 2, though.
Mm. Maybe from the Mister to the Master.
Yeah, they're looking. I don't know where it's at. I think there was a video I wanted to watch about this. But they're looking for, one of the things they're doing is they're trying to make the code so that it's easily portable. For, like, you know, if there's another FPGA board that has more capacity and they could do other stuff, like N64, for example. You know, that one they can't quite do. And some things like that. You know, or if the board that they use to make the Mister goes away, and then they have to switch to a different kind of hardware or something like that. They want to make it so that you can migrate easily and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I do remember the PS3 had a EVA saying he remembers originally with the PS3, he had a launch PS3. You were originally able to install your own OS, so you could have Windows on PS3. Basically like a PS3, like a PC. He's also excited that you have a mystery. Got a little excited Pikachu. Yeah, I think it was the cell processor was what PS3 had, and it was the same thing that they. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, cell processors.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was the same thing that they were using for some of those. What do you call it? The like the stock trading, specialized stock trading computers. The blades. That's what they were.
Yeah. Those I don't know. I don't know what those had, but yeah, I believe they had those in like the G4 Mac computers. Believe that's what they had.
That's interesting.
I've got a couple of them sitting around me. I think the G3s and G4s had those as well, and I want to say the GameCube had one, but I could be wrong on that.
Could be. I have no idea what the GameCube had.
Something made by Nvidia, because it's like right on their, right on the GameCube.
Oh, Evie says, I have a
remember
powerful
correctly.
computer here that none of you can
I
match
think it
in
was
power.
Nvidia.
I don't know. One of my former roommate and I put together our computers together just like last fall, and so we've got our computers that are built to last for at least the next 5 years. And they're big liquid cooling powerhouses with 3090s and the 3750. No. What's the Zen 3 AMD CPU? Is that 3750 or the 3790 or something like that? Just thinking.
I don't know. I haven't built a computer in 20 years, so. I haven't had the luxury of paying attention to that lately, so.
The 5970 is I think the top of the line flagship for the Zen 3. I think that's what we got.
Sounds like it.
Oh, a Japanese MSX2 Plus.
What about it?
Evie is saying he has a powerful computer here that none of you can match in power, and then he says it's a Japanese MSX2.
Yeah, you know the Mister can do that, right?
Well, we know that now. As I was playing Mahjong on the MSX1 emulated the other day.
Yeah. Which reminds me, I still need to. I think I did fire it up and test it, to play, because I think it's the MSX2, not the Plus, but I mean, I think you can play it on regular MSX2. Was the Metal Gear, the original Metal Gear.
Yeah, and my favorite, Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Was way better than the one on NES.
Yeah, I think I played the NES one a little bit. The Metal Gear 2 on the NES is not good.
No.
Well, I shouldn't say it's not good, but it's not. Yeah, it's not as good. I really enjoyed Metal Gear on the NES, though. I played that, and I think I got to the boss at the end or something. I can't remember. It's been, I don't know, 30, 40 years, somewhere in there. But you know, back in the day, when the NES was current, I did play that one, and I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
The original one.
The first one on NES wasn't. It's certainly interesting. I still feel like the MSX one was probably better, but you had to use tapes.
It probably was.
You had to use tapes to save, which is kind of a big minus. Like even when you emulate that, it's kind of a pain.
It's probably not too bad. But yeah, I can see that. But yeah, I definitely want to mess around with that. At some point.
The FDD not working? Evie says the FDD not working. The file disks.
Floppy disk drive. Yeah. I'm not sure what kind those used.
Evie is a man of culture. He has Dragon Quest 2, and he calls it Dragon Quest, not Dragon Warrior. And he's got East 2. You are a man of culture,
Well, everybody
sir.
calls it Dragon Quest now.
This is true, except Slippy.
Well, he probably played it back in the day, so.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's one of those where the American name actually sounds cooler because it's Warrior, you know?
Yeah.
That's one of those few times where I think the American name actually does sound cooler. I mean, either one. Quest is maybe more interesting to me because it's more like a long adventure rather than Warrior be more action, you would think. But, you know, it's kind of splitting hairs.
Yeah. It's a good game anyway.
I mean, I'm a purist, so I guess I would prefer going to the original, so I would call it Dragon Quest, but...
As long as you don't still call Final Fantasy IV Final Fantasy II, or Final Fantasy VI Final Fantasy III, right?
Oh. No, I don't at all on that. I remember being confused and thinking that Final Fantasy II actually did come out on the NES, but it didn't. I mean, in North America.
Yeah, it came out on Famicom, but yeah.
Right.
That was the one. That was the first kind of like what later became the system for Saga or Saga. You know, every time you attack, your strength goes up. Every time you get hit, your HP goes up. You know, after the battle, of course. But you have to like the thing you do determines what you what gets leveled up.
That's cool.
Except you have to take damage to get your HP up. So if you play well, you actually get punished. You get punished for playing well.
Right. It's kind of like a ranking thing.
But the answer to that is to attack yourself.
Yeah. The shooters have that. It's called rank in those. And like if you have more power-ups, it's tougher. Some of them have to do like how well you do, you know, that it's harder on you, like it auto adjusts. I forget what they call that. There's I know there's a few games that have that where it's like, you know, if you're not doing well, then they're easier on you. Like adjustive difficulty.
Yeah, if it's the arcade version, you can mess around with the dip switches.
Yeah. Well, shooters will have it actually, like if you have certain power-ups, right? Then it'll be tougher. Like more bullets will come on the screen and stuff. The game actually gets harder without even changing dip switches. Just like in game. If you have, like in Gradius, if you have more of the options, I don't know if you're familiar with the term, but options is like a duplicate of your ship that shoots also.
Right.
If you have like more of those, then the bosses will like do harder patterns and shoot more bullets and stuff like that. And yeah, I was playing it when I was playing the Gradius 3 when that was the shmup of the month, and I was, wow, there's all this stuff going, you know, and you know, I'd experience that because I get to it like sometimes I would have more power-ups and sometimes I wouldn't, and I could actually see the difference. I was like, yeah, there's absolutely a difference. Like, you know, these 3 enemies are shooting 2 bullets at me, whereas they only shoot 1 if you don't have this.
Yeah, this was real noticeable.
Yeah.
Okay. Evie says, the Mister is too powerful though. It would be nice to have. I'm actually going to be getting a semi-cart reader, so hopefully I can back up a lot of things with one device. And then he was asking me if I'm gonna get a Mister. I was so our household was like PC only when I was growing up. So all of my experience with most of the retro consoles is playing at friends' houses. So I don't have any games to back up, so I don't really have a reason to get a Mister for that. And I don't know. It seems like RetroArch is pretty decent at playing most things. If I come across anything that it can't do, like it can't, or it does really buggy, then, and if I like really want to play that, I might get a Mister. but I haven't really come across anything like that so far. And you know, as Drake and I were talking earlier, you know, even though there's a lot of things that are, technology seems to be getting worse in some ways, for a lot of things, emulation and RetroArch specifically, like, they haven't really, it doesn't feel like they're really getting worse. It feels like they're getting better every day.
Yeah.
So even the things that aren't running great today, you know, like 10 years ago, there were plenty of Super Nintendo games that really didn't run well because it didn't, what was it, the 7 something? There was a particular feature of the Super Nintendo that was really hard to emulate for a while there. When I started playing Super Nintendo games on emulator, it's not a problem now. You know, I can pop in.
Actually, it's the FX chip. It's not the Mode 7. It's the FX chip.
Oh, okay. It was.
That was the problem. That was difficult to emulate. Yes.
I just remember I couldn't, like, I could play a whole bunch of the Secret of Mana 2 that never came over here. Seiken Densetsu Legend of the Holy Sword. I could play a bunch of it, but it would, like, freeze at one particular point. So at some point, I'm gonna go back and try that game again. But you know, supposedly that kind of stuff, it runs a lot better now than it did 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
Yeah. Well, for those games, it doesn't matter. So, well, a lot of those games, it doesn't matter so much. The thing with the Mister, the big advantage of the Mister is the lack of latency, which isn't going to matter so much in an RPG.
Fair.
And it is perfectly fine, you know, with a little bit of latency, because it doesn't matter. In shmups and other more action-oriented games, it can make a huge difference. Now, I don't notice the latency that much, but it's just something, like I was trying to play Punch-Out on, I think it was the NES Mini, and I just couldn't, for the life of me, couldn't, like, beat, I think, King Hippo. I'm like, what's going on? And now, I'm not great at that game to begin with, but I did play through it on the 3DS, in the Virtual Console, and so I know it was emulating, and I got decent at it, you know, so I could do it, but I was just having problems, and there were a few other games like that, and I was just, and I think it really was a timing error issue. Not that it was necessarily bad, like if you hadn't played those games and didn't have like the muscle memories and stuff from playing them on consoles, it probably wouldn't even matter, because you can get used to the timing, you know. A lot of times you can, but then I got the Mister and I started playing it, and I was like, and it just felt right. I don't know what it was. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, it probably was the timing, but that's the big thing, you know. And it's actually, the other thing it can do is it can actually do like parallel threading and stuff that you can't do in software emulation. It has to be sequential, so what it does is it just has to run it faster, so it seems like it happens at the same time, but it doesn't. Which means the code's never going to be one for one. It'll be close enough, you know. It'll be good enough, you know. So I'm not trying to knock it down a peg in that regard, because it'll work good enough. But if you wanted like that exact thing, you know, it has to be something like an FPGA type system. But again, like I said, it's perfectly fine, good enough, you know, with a lot of the emulation. So, for the most part, it's not that big a deal. It's just the latency issue, and I know there's some workarounds and stuff like that, but it's still kind of it's really a workaround. It's not really fixing the issues.
Right.
But again, I played on emulators for years, so I'm not saying they're bad at all.
No.
And I'm not trying to be snooty, you know, with my, you know, pinky finger in the air either, saying, oh, everybody's got to do it this way either. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, I figured I'd try it, because I was like, oh, it's like $180 or whatever for this board. I was like, what is this? It's, you know, everybody's saying it's great. I got this board, and I was like, okay, I'll get one, you know. and I got the board, and I got the $60 memory module with it, and a $10 USB hub, just to try it out, you know. And I'm like, I'm messing with it, and it was easier to set up than a Raspberry Pi. And that surprised me because it was at the time, and still mostly is. It's a very hobbyist project thing. So I figured it'd be like all sorts of like config things I had to go find and this and that. No, I put the image on the SD card, put it into the mister, fire it up, and then you run an update script and you're done. That's it. I mean, there's stuff you can tweak, like I added the wallpaper I have on there, but you know, that's later on. But you could be up and running like in, you know, probably seconds if you really were quick with it.
That's
I
definitely.
mean, yeah, there's some hardware assembly if you want to get like the other pieces, but it's hardware assembly. You just have to get a screwdriver. I mean, it's not, you know, it's not like you got to solder or anything like that.
That's definitely a big plus in a lot of, just in terms of the setup and tech requirements.
Yeah. Literally, you just do that. You run the update script, and it's set up.
So
now you still gotta load, you know, the ROMs into it.
Yeah.
But and it will pull down the arcade ones for you. But you gotta load like all the console ROMs or the software, you know, for PCs or the various computers that does, like Amiga, whatever.
Right.
You gotta load those. Some of the computer systems, there are some tricks and nuances to actually setting those up and getting them to work a little bit. So there's some stuff there, but part of that is due to it being a computer system, so they're more complicated, you know, than a console. But
Yeah.
it's just plug in and go.
I'm definitely gonna have to work with you sometime to figure out what I gotta do to get my Amiga stuff running on RetroArch. Maybe if you're.
I don't think I've ever done it on RetroArch. I've done WinUAE.
All right. Evie has a question for you.
Uses
real quick.
WinUAE core. I could help you there, but
Oh, maybe. So Evie has a question for you. Sorry, Evie. He's got off the chat for a while, but he says, "I will challenge him and his Mr. Power. I play a lot of Japanese retro games and have all physical hardware, but if I were to back up my FDS games, Famicom Disk System, how can I play games like Zelda that would use the Famicom's controller microphone? Mr. Master, I'm gonna quote Navi, he's just saying, hey, listen."
okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about there. That one I don't specifically know, but there is a system. It's called Snack, which is something native. The N is for native. It's a serial thing, so you can actually plug in original controllers into it, and it will work. You have to get adapters and stuff like that, so it's gonna, again, that's an extra cost to doing that. But yeah, you can do that.
That's pretty neat.
I don't have the hardware part to do that, so I can't test it out with the microphone thing. But yeah, it does have. There are options available for some of that. Not everything works perfectly or as good as original hardware. I mean, you can't. Original hardware is obviously the best thing, you know, with maybe small exceptions of the fact that it's, you know, things age over time. I mean, the Mister's going to age over time, but theoretically, if you could get another one, if they're still making them, you know. But, you know, so the hardware does fail eventually, but so will the Mister.
Right. Nothing lasts
just
forever.
the advantage is the Mister's not as old yet. That's it. There's a Snack. It's serial native something adapter. something or other.
He says, his Mr. Power is strong, but he is honest and
Mhm.
wise, a powerful foe.
Yeah, I always honesty is the best policy. So I'm not gonna say, original hardware. Yes, original hardware was absolutely the best. I mean, there are ways that sometimes you can get like the light gun stuff to work with these modern systems, but it's not as good yet. I think. I don't know. I haven't used any of the new stuff, but again, it's more expense. You gotta buy an expensive, $70 light gun that takes pictures of the CRT, or not CRT, if you don't have a CRT, if you have a LCD screen, and do that. It will work with light guns on a regular CRT though.
He says,
if you have the light guns.
He says,
the original ones.
Yeah. He says, but can your Mister play Wonder Swan? I don't know if his
Yes.
Mister can. I know my RetroArch has a
Yes, it can. It does Wonder Swan.
Yeah, it has a Wonder Swan core. I haven't really tried any Wonder Swan games yet. I know there's I
haven't tried it.
There's a couple of Rock Band games that I want to try at some point. That I used to play on an older Wonder Swan emulator. But Wonder Swan wasn't especially what do I want to say? For its time,
Powerful?
It wasn't like super powerful or interesting. I don't know.
Didn't Saiyan, wasn't he really into the Wonder Swan?
I have no idea. I'm sure it's got.
I thought he was talking about that because you said he was going to get a Mister. Remember?
Yeah, he was talking about getting Mister.
He said he got really into it, and he's like, "I want to play Wonder Swan on it." And I was like, "Okay, it does Wonder Swan."
Actually, now I think about it, I think there was some of the early Final Fantasy 1 and 2 remakes first came out on Wonder. I think they first came out on Wonder Swan.
Yeah, it could be. Now, I'll tell you one thing that the Mister definitely can't do that would be really cool, is it can't link up like two Atari Lynxes. So you can't play multiplayer on an Atari Lynx. It emulates the Lynx, right? The Atari Lynx. But you can't link up to do like multiplayer games, which was like the biggest, coolest thing about the Atari Lynx is you could link up to like most games that were like four players.
Mm-hmm.
There were a few that were two. Like I think there was a chess game you could do 2 players, but most games were like 4 players, and there were a couple. I think there was one game that was 8. I think it could go up to 16, but no game actually ever did that except for maybe a homebrew one later. But you can't do that on the Mister. It doesn't have that capability. It may be something they can add later. I don't know. But it's as it is now, it can't do it. You'd probably have to have 2 Misters. What it can do though is it can do 2 GBAs hooked up. And 2 Game Boys. You can actually play 2 Game Boys on it at the same time on the same TV screen.
So, are you and Drake Jr. gonna do some Pokemon? Like one of you picks red, one of you picks blue, or one of you picks yellow.
And do trading. Yeah, you can do that. You can do them completely separate games, although it only does the audio from one of the ones that it's doing. Yeah, because we messed around with testing this when that core first came out, because it's a special core that does it, and it's that one. It can't. It's not. It's I don't know what you want to call it. It can handle 2 of them. Doing 2 of them on the same Mister. The Lynx might be able to do. It might be able to do that with the Lynx because it can do Game Boy Advance, but I don't know.
Interesting. Ooh.
It can do 2 Game Boy Advances. But we tried it with 2 different games to see what would happen, and it plays 2 different games and they're completely separate, and you only get the audio from one of them. And then you can have 2 games that are the same game, and you can link them together. To do a linked game. Like Tetris or
Pokemon.
And yeah, Pokemon. I don't think we did Pokemon because I think you link them to do what? Trading, and then you can do battling, right?
Yeah, it does. You have to go quite a bit into the game to really get use out of it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Eevee
There's a
says,
Zelda game that you can link up like that. I think that's Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, Four Swords. Four Swords. I remember that one.
Yeah, we played that on the Mister with two guys.
Nice. So Eevee says.
You can only do 2. You can't do like 4, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was just trying to read what Eevee was saying in the chat. He says the Wonder Swan is really nice. Final Fantasy was nice, and Romancing Saga had good Wonder Swan ports. That's interesting to know. I remember hearing about the Final Fantasy ports or the remakes that were on there. Did not know about Romancing Saga. I really haven't delved deep into the Saga games, just because I played 2, right? I didn't really like that system, and I played what is it? I played Saga Frontier and on the PlayStation. Actually, kind of funny story. I borrowed my friend's copy of Saga Frontier and ended up never giving it back because I didn't beat it, and he was like, "Oh, keep it until you beat it. Keep it until you beat it." And I never got the time to play at the time because I was real busy with college, and then I moved to a different state, and I tried to get back in contact with him, and his phone number didn't connect anymore. So, I still have his Saga Frontier. So, Rodriguez, if you're out there, if you're listening, I know where it is. It's in my niece's closet.
Yeah, I've had that sort of thing happen in multiple ways. Like sometimes it was me letting someone else borrow something, and sometimes someone else I got stuff from people that they never came back for, kind of a thing.
Yeah, I think I lent him some games too, but I think he did return them. He did beat them and return them, so all the worse on my part for not doing so.
Yeah.
Eevee says, and there's the forgotten Hataraku Chocobo, working Chocobo. He will find you someday. I hadn't heard about Hataraku Chocobo. I know, Mystery Dungeon, Chocobo's Mystery Dungeon. Is that the same thing? Or is that a different game? I know there's Chocobo racing games too.
Yeah. Those I know about. Don't know much about them, I just know they're a thing.
Right on. Okay. Let's try doing our special move now. Velociraptor. He says, no, but there is a Chocobo Mystery Dungeon on Wonder Swan. Are we allowed to post links? This is a good question. I don't remember what my settings were. I think mods are allowed.
Yeah, I know YouTube. I don't think YouTube. I think YouTube you have to be a mod to post links. I don't think that's something you can even change. On Twitch, it depends on your settings.
Yeah, go ahead and give it a shot. I think it'll probably get if it's not allowed, it'll get caught by auto mod, and then I can push it through.
Yeah. You just gotta be careful in case it it won't. I don't think it'll ban them, but it'll time them out if it doesn't like the link, the bot. But so I had that happen to me a bunch before.
Yeah, I remember.
Because I'm always typing. I think it doesn't. Well, I know it doesn't mind when I do it, but
yeah,
I'm a mod, but
yeah, you're a mod on my channel. I was gonna say, I remember I was talking on Owaz's channel, and Owaz started, or the auto mod on that channel started, basically putting everything I said into suspension, and
weird.
to knock everything.
I've been auto modded some weird stuff, that doesn't make sense, why it would even. Some of them you can go oh, I can kind of see that one, I wrote, well, I can see why it thought that, but some of them I'm just Why did it pick that word?
I just see 3 stars on the link. Congrats, Dolphy.
Oh, if it's got stars, then it's commenting it out, or whatever.
Yeah, I can look up Hataraku Chocobo though. Hataraku Chocobo. Oh, there's a fun commercial.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put the commercial
Wolfie's
on.
got the right idea. Guess why did the bottom mod hold my message? Yeah. I've done a couple like that, and it was real. I knew exactly why it held my message, and then there's one I was like, why did it like the word shoe or whatever it was?
Oops. Right.
No idea.
Yeah, I know if you say something like assassin, if you type assassin, it'll restream will take the ASS and put a thing around it or turn it into stars.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I think we were talking about like Assassin's Creed or something. And,
Well, that makes sense because it fits in. Yeah.
let's see, Brave audio. And okay. Do you guys see that now? Oh, you're not watching on the stream, but
Chocobo in New Frontier.
yeah. Let me just.
I can see it.
fit that screen. There we go.
I don't know if I can see it on the stream.
Okay, let's whoop, go.
I can see it in Discord. That's cool.
So it's a
Right?
cultivation game? So like maybe
It's Harvest Moon.
yeah, kind of. Well, I mean, not necessarily like Harvest Moon, but there's a whole like genre of games in Japan and China. They're like cultivation.
Yeah. Well, Harvest Moon's a cultivation game. That's what I meant. I didn't mean.
Right.
I didn't mean that it was ripping off Harvest Moon. I just meant it was the same kind of game.
Right. Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, we got it for GameCube, Harvest Moon.
Mm.
And when I got the second one, because they made a second one you can play as a girl. I got a free Harvest Moon cow with it.
Ah, I think I got that one too. Well, maybe. I got one that I got a free cow with, a free cow plushie. My nieces were super happy.
Yeah.
This one
It
was
was
on...
a GameCube one.
Okay. This one was on PlayStation 4, but yeah.
PlayStation 4. Well, it's a new one then, but yeah.
That's neat. Okay, if I ever dig into the Wonder Swan list, I'll have to put Hataraku Chocobo, working Chocobo on my list.
Yeah. Nice.
Dwolfie says Harvest Moon ripped off Neil Young. I'm not super familiar with Neil Young.
I'm missing a joke there. There's a joke in that. Because Harvest Moon is a game, so I don't see how that ripped off Neil Young, but is that like a band too or something?
I don't know. Huh. Okay. Dwolfie says the automod doesn't like shoe, but it allows sphincter. It's funny. Evie says...
Did it really fail on shoe? Because I was just saying that. I don't remember what the actual word was, but it was something whack like that.
I mean, he typed shoe in, and it went through. I can go back to my automod.
Okay. Yeah, but it was something. Yeah, it was something super innocuous.
Gotcha.
Like we couldn't even figure out where it was coming from on that. You know, it wasn't like fatty bimbalatti or something like that. You know, it was just like a regular, everyday, very commonly used word.
Ah, that is quite the collection. Evie messaged me his Google photo album. I'll go ahead and put that in. I'll put that in chat. Just the stream chat.
If he wants you to.
Well, he was trying to put it up earlier, so.
Oh, okay. If that's what he was trying to put, gotcha.
Oh, that's cool. So you still got the. Is that the user manual for Ys? Ancient Ys Vanished? That is cool. Wow. I guess I should share my screen again. Well,
Oh
share
yeah,
what I'm
nothing
looking
really
for.
private. No, that's fine.
Cool. Sakura Tyson? Awesome. I just got the I got the PS4 one that they put out, that Nihonichi put out. I still haven't played that one, but I have it set aside for some time. The SD Gundam games. I played a couple of those.
Yeah, I'm looking at those too. As you bring it up, I was like, oh.
Yeah, some of those were legit really, really fun. I played a couple of them on Super
Yeah.
Nintendo. Ah,
Yeah, I've not played any of them, you know, and I'm not like I haven't really watched much Gundam or anything like that at all. I think I kind of tried to watch one once, but I picked the one that wasn't good or something, or as good, whatever you want to say it.
cool.
But that's very cool. Yeah, I saw that too.
Evangelion. Oh, they've made quite a few Evangelion games. It's very cool.
Wow. Yeah, this is cool.
Minna Tamagotchi. Oh, Tamagotchi? Tamagotchi?
Mm.
Wordle. Huh.
Yeah, it is.
That carpet, though. Wolfie's commenting on the carpet. Feels nice on the toes. I have a real thick carpet in my downstairs, too. But, yeah. It's real hard to move chairs around on. Like, chairs with wheels. Anyway,
Yeah. I've heard that the best like computer console game version of Monopoly is the NES one.
Oh, Crayon
Wow.
Shin-Chan.
The NES one is good, very good. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, I recognize that, but I can't remember what that was from.
Yeah, it's a cartoon in Japan that's been going on for a long time. With he often flashes people. Yeah, very
Yeah.
Japan, very Japan. Never changed Japan. Dragon Quest monsters.
I was like, I know I've seen that before.
And he's got a Doraemon game. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of surprised. There's some series out there. There's Radiant Mythology, Tales of the World, Radiant Mythology. Oh, interesting. Tales of the World. I was unaware that there were 3 games in that series. I haven't really kept up with the Tales games. Ah. Now, Tales of Destiny is a classic.
Mm.
Tales of Destiny and Destiny 2. Gundam. Man, this is a really cool collection. Cool. Capital. Anyway,
Droids. Zoids. I've never played any of the Zoids games though. I have some Zoids.
I haven't tried any of the Zoids games. I've seen some of them.
Yeah. I've seen. Well, I saw one on the ZX Spectrum. It didn't look that great. But it might have been okay. It's just.
I kind of forgot what I was up to here. I think I was doing subquests. Because it did the main quest. That's right. I need to find a place to fish. And I need to find bugs. And Konshu. I think in the cave we were in earlier for the Cave of Trials, there were Konshu. So I could go there. Anyway. Oh, no, not at all. It was really cool to see that. So thank you for sharing.
Oh, it's very cool.
He says, I didn't mean to take over the stream, but I thought it might be cool
no.
with all the retro talk.
Not at all. That was wonderful.
Do you speak a
That's
lot
what
of
we
Japanese?
like these streams. That's what we like about the streams, because they're interactive like that.
Yeah, this is really, I mean, I'm not any kind of serious streamer. I'm not, PewDiePie or Mr. Beast or whatever. I'm here hanging out with friends, really. And, you know, like, Drake's here, and Drake's awesome, and Stan comes in sometimes, we play some Monster Hunter, shoot the crap, whatever. Have fun.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I do when I'm doing my Mr. streams. I'm just showing off. It's like, I found this thing. It's neat. Want to see it? Yeah, okay. Here you go. Is that cool? I got a couple other neat things I can show you. And then people will go, oh, do you have this? And I'll look it up and, I'll show that. And then I'll learn something. So it's a back and forth.
Yeah. He says, do you speak a lot of Japanese, Baron Metz? Choto dake. 5年 semester は日本語で何と言いますか? Anyway, I took 5 semesters in college. Yeah, he says, hopefully I gave you some Mr. Stream ideas with some of these games. Yeah, I wouldn't mind checking out Hataraku Chocobo sometime.
Yeah. I'll have to dig that up because I don't think I have any of the ROMs.
And I still want to go back and play. We were talking Mega 10 games the other day, and I want to go back and play a bunch of those on PC-88 and PC. Well, the one on PC-88 is way different than the NES ones, but I still got to go back and play the first two on NES that were the RPG system one. Yeah. About Japanese, I took 5 semesters in college, and have watched a lot of it. Oh, I think this is a fishing area. Oh no, never mind.
I'm gonna try that game that you were playing earlier on the Mister.
The Scheme? It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, the Scheme.
Well, it's okay. I guess I'd say it's okay. The music is awesome though, and it makes it fun.
Yes. No, I I got that, and I saw some of the stuff that was kind of annoying, but you kept getting knocked back that one time.
Yeah.
But I want to try and see if I can get it working. Is the big thing. I get a kick out of just getting things working. Even more so than playing sometimes.
Fair. I have legitimately
yes,
probably
I definitely want it working just for the music. Not that I couldn't find a rip of it somewhere. I probably could, but
flex. I have it. I actually have
exactly.
I have both an orchestra version and the 8-bit soundtrack.
Oh, nice. I'll get some orchestral stuff.
I'm a bit of a Yuzo Koshiro simp too, so Atlas simp, Yuzo Koshiro simp, Falcom simp.
Yeah, Yuzo Koshiro for sure.
I'm probably mispronouncing that name.
I remember that coworker that I was telling you about earlier, he's not with the company anymore, but he had he was really into the Yuzo Koshiro stuff from, I think it was like the Streets of Rage stuff he did, you know, whatever. And I was like, dude, I'm like, dude, go download the soundtrack, because I knew he liked Yuzo Koshiro. I was like, go get the soundtrack from Revenge of Shinobi and go listen to it. Stop what you're doing. go, you know, go download it. Come back. I don't think he did, but I mean, he probably has listened to it since. But he didn't just stop what he was doing and do it. But
Yeah, I
I
have
was like,
the
you need to listen to this.
yeah. I have the Yuzo Koshiro collection, which has has a bunch of the Streets of Rage stuff. It has this I want to say it's a visual novel game, but it's this thing called Misty Blue. Or it might be an anime, but it's got that. It's got ActRaiser, and it's got just a really wide variety of stuff.
Yeah, go look at what he did on. I was looking at that on Wikipedia the other day because I was trying to look up I was trying to find the scheme, and I was was like trying to find info on it and all that, and I was just wanted to look, and I wanted to make sure I had the right game, and it was because I thought it was on PC 98 then. And I was like, wait, this says PC 88. I was like, I could do that one then.
Yeah.
And he had so much in there that he worked on. Now it just said it didn't give credits as to like what music he had done, or if he was just working with the sound engine or something like that. Obviously on that Star Wars game, he didn't write that music. That was John Williams. But he did the music, or he did the sound
programming.
The sound programming of it. Yeah. And it was so funny because he did the Kid Icarus game, and I was like, what?
Yeah, that's on
he didn't write all the music for that either. Some of them he worked with someone else, so someone else wrote some of the music too.
Right. So Evie says, if you feel confident and you like Dragon Quest, I highly suggest Dragon Quest Monsters 1 and 2, as that remake is really awesome. How they changed the art style and took advantage of the PS1. Also the PS1 port of Dragon Quest 4. That's an idea. I have a ISO of the PlayStation 2 port of 5 that looks really awesome. At the time when I was playing through it, I didn't feel confident to play it. It's on. Excuse me. I'm hiccuping a lot here. But I didn't feel confident enough at the time. I started playing through Dinosaur on the PC 98, all in Japanese, and I found it really good. I found this program called Kanji Tomo that was written in Java, where like you can, it does that OCR thing where you can like put it over an image of a kanji and it will try and figure out what that kanji is, and that seems like a lot more feasible way to go through and try and play, like translate as you play. Some of these games where you just have a kanji on screen, you don't really have any way to look it up except from drawing the radicals in on like Denshi Jisho or whipping out like a kanji dictionary, which I have a kanji dictionary, but it is I played through Rockman EXE 1 and 2, and it was educational, but very, 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 very long, and most of the time I spent was looking up, I think it was like looking up the kanji for kogeki, which is like attack, and looking up the kanji for just various things that came up, like trying to figure out what the radicals were, especially when the kanji are really, really small on screen and it's really hard to tell.
Yeah.
So, I did gain a new appreciation for translators. What were you saying?
I was gonna ask, was the Dinosaur, was that the one that was like remade later that you found out or something?
Yeah, I think they made a maybe Dinosaur Revival or something that came out on I think it did cross the ocean.
Yeah. Because I remember you saw one, and I was getting it confused, I think, with the scheme, but that's probably why I was getting confused, because that one's PC 98.
Yeah, well, I mean, Dinosaurs, they have it on both PC 88 and PC 98, and I chose to go with the 98 version because it only has 2 discs instead of like 7. And dealing with changing discs on PC 88 on an emulator is it's doable, but it's kind of messy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Evie says, I don't think you would have that issue in Dragon Quest Monsters, as that is more of a younger audience game, but I could see it for 5, like you said. Yeah, I've done, like, Rockman EXE 1 and 2 are definitely, you know, like, they have the JoJo grades of kanji, right? And I don't think it's more than, like, JoJo grade 5. So, you know, it's not... Even the game that I was playing was kind of, like, you know, aimed at a much younger audience. So, certainly Dragon Quest Monsters would be more doable, too, especially if I'm playing it like this, you know, with, you know, if I have, like, an emulator up, and I have Kanji Tomo or something like that. Even Dragon Quest V, I think I could probably pull off at this point. Dinosaur has some interesting kanji. All of the stat screens have like everything in kanji. So hopefully I'll memorize some of this stuff that I'm learning. I think I guess when I was doing it in Rockman, it was a lot more because I had to go through and like figure out what the radicals were. I probably did learn them better that way. Whereas the the Kanji Tomo thing will probably I may not keep as much. I don't know, but we'll see. I'm older now, so my brain is a little rustier, unfortunately, but it's the way it goes, right? Sorry if I was kind of rambling, Drake.
No, fine. I'm probably rambling more, actually. I'm doing that thing that you're not supposed to do, which is what people call multitasking, which is not actually multitasking. So I'm like trying to kind of do this work thing and kind of talk, and yeah. You really end up doing mostly one or the other.
Yeah.
Because what you do is you switch back and forth.
I know I need to be better about actually like listening to people when I'm talking to them sometimes, and I'm playing games at the same time, or if I'm like trying to read chat at the same time. I feel like I'm not the best listener. I have to be better about that.
Well, it takes practice. I mean, for me, it's real easy the way I have it set up. I've got the chat right there, you know, right in front of my face on the one screen, so... And I just look over, because I got 2 screens. I got one screen that has the Mister plugged into, and then the other screen is my computer screen.
Well,
that makes it easy, but I can get absorbed in what I'm doing. You know. And then there's always the delay, too. Because when it comes up, it's like, he's not talking about the thing you just did. He's talking about the thing you did like 30 seconds ago. You know,
right.
Because there's that delay.
Right.
And then it's like, and that's only if you caught it right when he typed it.
Right. So Evie says, but if you do the translation on screen, if I'm understanding right, that might help the audience understand if I'm getting right what the program does. Yeah, kind of. So, I think I had it set up, I don't know if you're, actually no, I think you did watch me play, some of the scheme earlier. So if I go to my scene with the PC88, oh no, I guess I took it off for scheme. Maybe PC98? Let's see, maybe I need to bring it up. One moment.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I saw some of it.
Yeah, so I've got kanji tomo here. Do launch.bat. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So that thing up in the upper right is kanji tomo. And then if I bring up, like my PC98 emulator here. Wait. What's under bin? That's right. Maybe it was this one? And yeah, I was playing Dinosaur on this last, so I think I want to do main disk and drive 1, scenario disk and drive 2.
I tell you, that is so fun when you have the 2 drives.
Mm-hmm.
And it just loads, the first one and the second one, and it just finds everything. That just feels so luxury. When you have, especially when you have the old school games that were, you don't have to swap discs even when they're like that, because sometimes, a lot of times, the system would only have 1 disk drive and you had to swap it. But in the emulators, you can get a second disk drive for free. You know what I mean?
Right.
You have to pay to get the, But yeah, I remember I had a couple of systems. When I had them, I had 2 disk drives, and it was really nice having that second disk drive, like in, the physical second disk drive, for that same reason, where you didn't. Some of the programs didn't handle it. Some of them you still had to swap because they both had to be in drive A or whatever the main one was, depending on how it was labeled. But some of them would do it, and it was just so nice to be able to do that. And then you can get really fancy in some of the emulators. You can get 4 disk drives, which hardly anyone ever had.
Right.
It'll swap between them or something like that. Some of the fancy ones.
So let me pause this here for a second, just to kind of demonstrate. So like the kanji tomo thing, I can get like a zoom window here, and basically I can I don't know if you can see that well. It's a little bit small on stream, but you can see the well, you can't see where my cursor is and where I'm sort of selecting things, but like I've got the where it says ashi, so the the little tsu, the shi, the u, it's like ashi, that part, and you can see that it's seen that as a name, the name Ash, in the kanji tomo thing. And then if I go to where it's got the omae wa, it's recognizing the mai, which means like you, like omae wa, you are. And then down here it's got the, let's see, this kanji is ware, and then it's got a little kanji that means repeat the last kanji. So ware, which is us or we. And then ware o omae no sono. And this is a spell, and the first thing it goes for is ju, like you see the word, you hear the word ju used a lot in like talking about like elemental spells or something, but in this case it's actually a different reading of it, and it's noro wareru, which is to curse, so it's noro wareta. Une, which is destiny, so like Ash, you have, and then O marks this as the object, so your cursed destiny, and then down here it's maki komu, and it so basically it takes the kanji, it pops it into kanji tomo, which has like several different kanji it could be, and then gives out the reading, the furigana, and gives out the some of the English meanings of what it could be. And in Japanese with kanji, you have own readings and Kun readings, and own
Right.
is the original. Sorry, yes, yes. Own is the original Chinese readings. Kun is the Japanese readings. So you can have kanji that are words that are loan words from Chinese and are used with the Chinese pronunciation, and you have other words that are created since the break with China, or like yeah, after after Japan was Yamato. Anyway, but here it's makikomu, which is to get caught up in, to swallow, to basically he's saying, Ash, you've gotten us caught up in your cursed destiny, right? And this is he's seen a ghost of his friend pop, like the head of the ghost is popping up under his feet there. Anyway, sorry for that very long explanation, but like this is the tool, the Kanchitomo, and how I would use it to translate as I go.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah.
It's
Evie
basically
said
magic.
it's like magic.
Yeah, it's basically magic.
Yeah, go back to my 3DS scene here. Evie says he followed you too.
Oh, he followed me? Well, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know how interesting like translating as I'm going is, and I hope it's not super boring to people, but I figure streaming kind of getting the gumption to like stream a game, to play it, is kind of like sort of motivating me to actually play games in the first place.
Yeah.
So, and I do want to play a lot of games that are Japan only. So, if it ends up being just me rewatching my streams later or something, and if that's the only viewers, that's still okay. But
Well, it's one of those, the audience will find it kind of a thing, where it's like, sure, maybe it doesn't appeal to everybody, but the people who want to see it will watch it,
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it's certainly for people who are.
I think it's bad or anything, I'm
Right,
cool with
right.
it, but
And like hopefully there's other people out there that are like interested in learning Japanese, and maybe it fits their interests.
yeah.
Of course, now when I go to play Legend of Heroes, that's supposed to take you, a normal playthrough of maybe 40 hours to 80 hours. For me translating, it's probably going to be like 400 hours.
Right.
But that's okay. We do what we must. Yeah. Hopefully, it's not like Fallout 1, where if you take too much time in doing the thing you're supposed to do for the game, you get stuck in a unwinnable you basically lose the game. Time out.
Wow. That's not cool.
I mean, it makes sense in light of the story. But
Sometimes it does make sense. So I'm just saying. Yeah, that would not be cool if you're just like, I'm trying to translate. Come on, need more time. But yeah, no, I get it.
Did you ever play Star Control 2? I think that had a similar mechanic there too.
Really? I have played Star Control 2. Not much. I played it I played it with a friend. He had it, and we played it, and not just Super Melee, but he actually went through the game and everything. He usually beat me when we did do Super Melee. And I have a copy of it, and I played through it a little bit because it's free now. I discovered this 10-15 years ago that you could get it for free, and I started playing it, and I didn't get very far in it. But I know there is something to do with it, because I think, isn't there like there's some von Neumann probes, right? That will take over the whole galaxy or whatever if you don't stop them quick enough.
I don't remember about von Neumann probes, but there's the Urquhane, or the the brother race to the Urquane are building like this battle station to rule the galaxy, or something.
Yeah, they're Quan and the I can't remember what the other name is. The other guys.
Right, but if you take too long at a certain date in star time, they will have made it and they will win, or you might be forced to enter the final battle, or whatever. And if you haven't if you haven't added to your force enough to win, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, you're just gonna lose. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of one of the problems I had playing it, because I felt like I was losing time too quickly to the stuff I needed to do. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, they split off. I can't remember, but the race sort of split off or something.
Yeah, like the Urquane wanted to rule everyone, and then their brother race or whatever were like. And they're both kind of racial supremacists, but the other ones were like, we don't want to live in a universe with these other races. We have to genocide them.
Yeah, I wanted to wipe everything out. Yeah. Yeah, because there's like the green ones and the black spidery ones.
Right.
Yeah.
So Evie says, "Oh yes, the people will come. I don't really do anymore because most of the streamers who I watched left, but there was a very tight group of us who watched the original Gen 1 and 2 import streams. English-speaking streamers, I mean, that covered the import Pokemon games." Oh, that's interesting. Were there a lot of differences between translations of like what was actually said in the Pokemon games and what was like the English translations? Because like a lot of what got me into translation were hearing about mistranslations and stuff that was like just left out or censored. Not even necessarily like risque stuff. I mean, yes, in Dragon Quest there's the whole Puff thing, but there's in Rockman, for instance, the whole storyline. Actually, I haven't played Mega Man Battle Network, so I don't know if it was for sure. But the whole storyline where Rockman is actually essentially the soul of Neto's older brother, that his father like digitized. I think that part is left out entirely from Mega Man Battle Network, and it was like a cool part of the backstory to me.
Yeah.
Unless I totally misunderstood what I was reading, which could be possible too.
Did you ever play 3 Dot Game Heroes?
3D Dot Game Hero? No, I have not.
That's a PlayStation 3 exclusive, I believe. There's Puff in that.
Aha.
It's very funny. It's obviously a reference to the Dragon Quest, but there's a lot of stuff. That game is so funny. It's a great one. That's a From Software game.
Really? Now you got my attention.
Yes, and I platinumed it.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Oh, GG, sir.
Yeah.
Congratulations, sir.
That's my pat myself on the back. That's one that it's not that hard to do, but that's probably the toughest one that I've done. I can't remember if it's that one or another one.
Evie says, actually the original Green and Red are different from our games. You have to understand our Gen 1 games are based off of Japanese Blue. Oh, yeah, I did hear about that. The graphics are actually quite different, I think. Like, some of the graphics for, like, the water, if I remember correctly, were changed quite a lot. And, like, the blue was essentially a later patch or later version. Got a lot of really neat upgrades. And then, I guess the original Green and Red were kind of glitchy, or more glitchy in spots.
Yeah. I don't know about those specifically, but I know that happens a lot. A lot of times, like the version that gets released later, because it's later when it comes to the States, it'll be an improved version, and then the next time they re-release the game, like in Japan or whatever, it'll be that version, but you know, the Japanese version. You know, it'll be in Japanese and all that, but it'll have those game bugs fixed and stuff like that.
Right, right. And sometimes they'll give us like the easy a game that's basically like the easy mode, or they'll make what was the normal mode for Japan becomes the hard mode for America.
Yeah, usually it's easier, the North America version. Not always. There are a few exceptions to that.
I think Devil May Cry was the big one.
Is it one of the big exceptions?
Yeah, yeah. But go ahead.
Yeah, there's like one or two out there, you know, that are like that. I think one of the versions of like one of the Castlevania arcade ones, or one of the Gradius arcade games or something is like easier in Japan. But for the most part, it's the easier ones in the U.S. Yeah. I'm trying to think of what game that they had where they had patches like that. Then they, you know, when they re-brought it out, but I can't. There was a pretty decent example I remember reading about, but I can't think of it now as to what it was. You know, where they're coming out with new iterations of a game and re-releasing it and things like that, and then later that's like becomes the version that gets re-released. You know, things like Chrono Trigger, how it was originally on SNES, and then they changed some stuff, like when it came out on, was it PlayStation 2 or whatever, when they re-released it, things like that.
Oh, I hadn't heard that they changed like anything gameplay-wise, but I thought they added the cinematics, right?
They added the cinematics. With that one, there probably wasn't much. There was some changes. I don't know what. I've got the version that's on DS. Is the version I have.
Nice.
Of Chrono Trigger. That may not be a good example, but I just remember that one had different iterations, you know, over the versions. But I remember reading something about certain things, and it may be more specific to Nintendo doing that, but or something that more commonly is Nintendo does it that way. But yeah, I remember reading there was some games, and they're more polished. You know, they get more polished because they have some time. They have some extra time to when they bring it over to the United States. Especially the older ones, because there was a big delay then.
Right. Or at least you'd hope. You'd hope that they'd get more polished.
Yeah, and they would. And then when they re-released that game later, I want to say there was something like, it was like you know, it was like one of the Famicom disc games that was like that, and then they re-released it as just a Famicom cartridge game, and it had the stuff. Some of it obviously you had to have from the US version because it was, you know, you didn't have the disc saving anymore, you know.
Right, right.
I think they did something like that with Zelda. I could be wrong if it was Zelda, but there were some games like that. I know Zelda was an FDS game.
Yuki says... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Metroid was too. Metroid was too, and that one's different.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so Evie says, all the Pokemon sprites are also different. Some different Pokemon locations and trades. It's funny because Blue was what you said it was, an enhanced version, but it was also a Koro Koro special that people originally had to fill out a form and mail to obtain. But it would have a retail release, but there were some in Japan who got Blue free from Koro Koro. Interesting.
That's cool.
I take it Koro Koro is like maybe like sort of a Nintendo Power type magazine or something, or like some kind of thing that would have sweepstakes. Sounds like. Ooh, small golden fish.
But yeah, I don't think green made it to the States, did it?
No, I don't think we ever got green.
Yeah. Then later came yellow.
Let me check my power real quick. Oh, that's getting quite low. I think I've got. Oh, sorry. I think I've got a power cable somewhere here for the DS.
Oh, the DS needs to plug in. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, have one come with my case, so I can just plug that one in. Now, unfortunately, this is going to give a little bit of a static to the sound when I plug the power cable in.
Yeah, because the grounding and whatnot.
Yeah, so apologies in advance.
Is it gonna get a little 60 hertz hum, or is it just gonna be static?
It was kind of just like a crackly noise to me, so I think it's just static. Not
Static,
really like a
okay.
hum.
It's picking up interference then.
Yeah, I probably have too much stuff plugged into my USB hub too. Oh gosh, sorry. Keep knocking that camera.
You know, that's gonna make us dizzy. The camera wobbling.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm teasing a little bit, but that was pretty extreme. But I'm not. I got it down on my phone, so it's not. It doesn't bother me, but it might. Someone, you know. If someone's watching on the big screen, that might make a difference.
Yeah.
It is what it is, you know.
Okay, so now I think I think I had the charging symbol there. Yeah, so it looks like it should be charging. And if I flip it, there we go. Okay. There. There we go. Evie says, also, as you guys talk about the Famicom disk system, it also had an extra audio channel over its cartridge controller parts. Interesting.
Yep, it did.
Oh, right, because they had a little speaker in the little Famicom thing. Those were, like, really advanced controllers, you know? Like, they had microphone, they had, as you said, they had a speaker.
Only one of them had the microphone. I think it was the second controller 2, I think, had the microphone, if I remember correctly. I never had one, so.
Yeah. I've watched a lot of, what is it, Game Center CX with, Shacho, what was his name? Arino Shacho, and he did, Takashi's Challenge, where you have to do the bad karaoke. Like, if you do it too well, you can't progress in the game. You actually have to score
awesome.
A low score.
That is awesome.
But it's crazy to me that they had, essentially, you could use the Famicom as a karaoke machine, you know, back in the 80s, and it's like karaoke machines, like, even at least the ones we had here in the U.S. were awful. You know, like, awful at trying to pick out, you know, what sounded good or what was bad, and you know, in terms of musical voice and whatnot. Even into like the 2000s, when karaoke got kind of popular here.
Well, I mean, there was a little bit more demand for it there, but it still is impressive, yeah.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
But like you said, the technology here wasn't that good, so you know, I can't refute that whatsoever. But I mean, the fact that you can use it for karaoke, just generally speaking, is not as surprising, just because it was really popular there, you know.
So I don't know where else I can go to do fishing, because I think I need more sushi fish. I think I need more bugs, too. And I guess I could just, like, go back to camp and turn things in, and then come back and try later.
Yeah.
I don't see any more fish along the beach here.
But yeah, it's nice, and it has an extra channel,
There.
and you know the FDS did, and the sounds and stuff were different on some of the games. So like, if you've ever played, I don't know if you have it for. Was it 3DS? I think it was a 3DS game. Yeah, it was 3DS, I think. The NES Remix.
NES Remix of... Was it just called NES Remix?
It's called NES Remix is the game. It's
Oh.
remixes of various NES games, right? Well, if you beat the game and get like rainbow stars on everything, then you get to do it all over again in the Japanese versions of the games.
Mm.
And then it's very noticeable what's different and what's not, you know, where the sounds are different and things like that.
Right, because you just played through the American ones.
Yeah.
Evie
Then you can
has
switch back and forth.
Yeah, Evie was saying something else here. If you guys noticed in my collection images, I actually have a Sharp Twin Famicom, which Nintendo licensed out to Sharp so they could make a Famicom console, and they combined the FDS and Famicom into one console, and yeah, the microphone is on the second controller. Oh, interesting. So
Cool.
Sharp got a deal with Nintendo.
Yeah, there are quite a few like that. Not of that specific, but I've heard a few others. There's like a GameCube that's like that. I can't remember what it was. It's like silver, but it has something else in it, like a CD player or something weird. I can't remember. There's a few systems that are like that. There's a lot of there's a lot of systems like that. They never came out here, like not just Nintendo, but I think there's I can't even think of them now. I'm trying to blank. But there are several systems like that I've heard, because I've with the RF Gen guys, they're like a lot of collectors there, and so they know about these things and they like are talking about them, and I'm like, oh, what's that? Oh, that's a neat thing, you know. And it's something like, I think there was a TV that had a game system in it.
Hmm.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking. I can't remember. You know, I'm drawing a blank. It's been a while, and I can't remember all the. I wish I could list them off like like an encyclopedia right now, but.
Evie says you're probably talking about the Panasonic GameCube.
Yeah. Yeah, the GameCube one. Yeah, I believe it was a Panasonic. That's right. Or I mean, I think that's what I'm thinking of.
Interesting. Alright, so I think I just need the bitter bugs now. Oop. Oh, rice bug. I don't think I've come across a rice bug before. Huh?
But yeah, there were a few systems like that.
I can't get to. I'm trying to hit him from behind. It's just difficult for some reason. Weird. Oh wow, that looks. Sometimes it like focuses and it looks great, and then other times it's like, oh wow, that looks awful on the camera.
Yeah, there was like an Amstrad that had like a Genesis in it.
Huh.
I think it was like an Amstrad PC that had Genesis in it. Something weird like that.
Okay, Evie continues on. He's also talking about the Sharp's Famicom TV, and Sharp also did a Super Famicom TV. Interesting. So
Yeah, the Panasonic Q. That's the one.
Yeah, and Wolfie says he had a Panasonic Q.
He said he almost had one, yeah.
Oh, almost had one. Yeah.
Said I almost had a Panasonic Q. Paid for it on eBay, but got scammed and they never sent it. Oh, that sucks.
For hotels, but I'm not sure if it did that.
Yeah,
No.
I know there were hotels ones. There were hotel ones. Actually, I've seen an N64 TV in a hotel, I think it was.
I think I have too, actually, come to think of it. I didn't realize what it was at the time, but, actually, you know what? I think I've seen one of those at McDonald's. Back in the 90s.
Yeah. I think it was 90s when I saw it too. I can't remember. I didn't play it for some reason. I can't remember. Well, it would have been 90s N64.
Yeah, that really sucks to get scammed out of that a Panasonic Q on eBay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of why I don't want to sell stuff. I got something I want to sell, but I don't want to because I'm worried about getting scammed.
Oh, as a seller?
Yeah, I mean the scams go both ways, so yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know what it's going for now. I know some of the prices have dropped recently, but it's an N64 game that was going for, when I checked like a year ago, it was going for like $600.
Oh, which game is that?
Well, somebody's gonna know just by the price I just said, but it's the Clay Fighters, the Sculptor's Cut. It was a Blockbuster exclusive, and it's actually, I guess the original one kind of isn't good. Like it's got flaws or something in it. I don't know, because then I played that one. I only played this one, and I got it, and I heard people talking about it, and I thought mine was the one that wasn't the expensive one because I remembered hearing about it before, and I thought I looked it up, but I heard about it, just a couple years ago. Probably, so like 2021-ish or something like that, 2020, 2021, so 2-3 years ago. And I looked it up and like, no, I have the one that's the rare one. It's got Blockbuster sticker on it and everything, and I got it from a guy who used to work there. And he was just selling off his stuff back in like, 2003 or something. Selling off his N64 stuff. And I got it for $5.
Nice. And
then I heard, when I heard how much it was, I was like, I don't need to keep it.
Right.
I'm afraid of getting scammed for that much,
Clay Fighters, that's not that good a game either, is it?
It's a lot of, actually, this one's a lot of fun. This one's, it's not the SNES one. I have not played that one. I have not played the regular one. It's the Sculptor's Cut one, so it's like 66 2/3 or something. And I'm not big on fighting games, so I couldn't tell you a good one from a bad one, as far as that goes. But it's fun. I mean, I had a lot of fun playing it, and the animations that they do are silly, and you laugh at them and stuff like that. And the game's not like super lopsided, so that it's no fun. You know what I mean? So it's not like one guy's super OP, as far as I know.
Yeah, that's all you need for a game to be pretty decent, so.
Yeah. I played it with my wife and had a lot of fun, so. I think it's good.
Maybe worth keeping then.
Yeah, but I mean, I could emulate it for the amount money I could get from it. Theoretically, the amount of money I could get from it.
Oh, you could emulate it for free. Well, I guess
that's what I mean. I could stand to lose the cartridge if I get a bunch of money for it,
Right.
and then I
right.
could just emulate it, you know.
Right. Right.
And I could suffer, you know, the latency or whatever, you know, from the. That's one of the reasons I'm so bummed that the Mister doesn't do N64. Because that was the thing about. That's not why I got it. I got it for, you know, just experimentally. Because people were saying it was great, and I was like, it sounds neat. I want to try it, and I'm just into trying, for some reason, all these sort of emulation type systems. Not that I've tried every single one out there, but you know what I mean. I'm into them to a certain extent.
We're kind of techie nerds, so you know, it's
Yeah,
like, oh,
exactly.
this is interesting.
I've got 2 Raspberry Pis, you know.
Yeah.
And the Raspberry Pi doesn't do N64 that well. I don't know. I mean, it may be improved since then. Since I last did it, but it's kind of iffy on N64. Some stuff it does okay. Some stuff it does good. But even the because I got some of these I got them on the Wii U on Virtual Console, and those N64 games are they could be better. Like I've had Super Mario 64 lock up on me, I think, on that once or twice, and do stuff. And I've played the original. You know, I have that one. I do have on the actual actual hardware. So I can sort of know the difference. I mean, it's been a long time since I've played it. It's been like almost 20 years now, but I've had experience with it, is what I mean.
Right, right. Yeah, I remember. Oh, what was it? There was some emulator that started with an H. I think it was H64 or something or whatever. That was I remember trying to play like. I'm gonna sneeze here. 1 second. Got my camera here. Sorry about that. But there was some 64 emulator that I was trying out when I was a lot younger. That was could only play a couple of games. And I think I was trying to play just Mario 64, and it was real rough, and it was using like the was it like a Glide, I think was like the shaders at the time, something like that, or maybe like OpenGL, and it's just like it's kind of funny to think back on now, because I was thinking, you know, at the time, like PCs are way more advanced than consoles, and they kind of were, but 3D acceleration and emulation was actually kind of difficult at the time.
It still is, you know. I mean, I know a lot of stuff works really good. Like, the Dolphin emulator is great. You know, like you can play GameCube games and that. It still surprises me that works, to be honest. But you know, they can do Wii and all that sort of stuff. But there are a few that have trouble, like the Saturn and the Dreamcast and the N64 are all difficult to emulate, even in modern hardware. Not saying that they can't be emulated, but they're difficult, you know.
Well, and we were talking like PS3 before too. Like that one's.
Yeah, PS3. Yeah. Even PS2 probably to some extent.
I want to say I don't know if this is true or not, but I had heard rumors at one point that the when they did the PS3 emulation, they actually got like the PCSX2 guys. They consulted with them to do when they were trying to make the PS3 backwards compatible. That they got.
Yeah, because they never. I mean, well, you know how they made the PS3 backwards compatible, right?
From what I understand, they basically put like a miniature PS2 in there.
Yeah, it's hardware, so it's only the initial ones that are backwards compatible. Then the later ones, they did it, but they only did it for certain games because um, they could put it. There's an emulator in there, but they had to tweak it, you know, per game and stuff like that to make it work right. So you can do some. I've got some PS2 games on PS3 that are, you know, the downloadable ones that are you could get. Um, and that the PS1 it still did though. And I believe that was emulation, or sort of a form of emulation. You know, it may be partially emulation, partially hardware based, depending on how, you know. But because you could just put a disc in and it would work for
Right.
PS1. Not every single game. I think there were a few that weren't compatible, but I've done that. I, you know, played, like, put my PS1 disc in there and play it. So I'm not sure how much that was actually emulation and how much it, you know, was real hardware. I mean, it was 2 generations back, so it could be.
Yeah, so just to catch up with the chat a little bit here,
Sure.
Dolphy was, Dolphy says it's PayPal. Doesn't use PayPal because they're part of the reason they got screwed over, and he wants a Polymega. And Evie says his phone died, so he missed a lot.
Aw. Well, you guys, you're capturing this, right? So
Yeah. So it'll be on.
he can watch the replay or on YouTube or something. He can
Yeah.
rewind.
Yeah.
Of course, if he wants to tell me later, you know, like, oh, that reminds me of this cool thing, he'll have to
Yeah.
get in touch with me through some other way. But
the live experience, right?
yeah,
He says Polymega would be awesome. When I think of discs in PS1, I think of Monster Rancher and trying out all the discs to see what monster you would get. Oh yeah, there was that feature.
huh?
Yeah, one of my high school buddies really loved Monster Rancher, and would talk about it a lot. And I watched him play when we got older and were streaming and stuff. I watched him play for a long time, and I haven't seen him. Haven't seen him in a while either. But he used to play like Dissidia a bunch and Monster Rancher and Tekken. He was really good at Tekken.
Tekken.
Anywho. But yeah, that
Cool.
was a neat feature that Monster Hunter had.
Tekken.
Yeah, that's another game I never got any good at. The Tekken games.
Yeah. I could barely handle the 2D fighting games.
Yeah, I liked a lot of the SNK 2D fighters.
Yeah.
But
The only one I ever really got into was Mortal Kombat. Not so much in arcades, but I think my friend had it on the Genesis. So I played that. I think I played at his house and I borrowed it and stuff like that. So I got kind of good at that one. Like I get halfway through it or something. I like that one a lot. I know some people like to poo-poo it. It's like, it's not a good fighting game. But, whatever.
I mean, I liked Mortal Kombat. It was
I'm not saying you. I know, no, some people do.
right.
Some people are, you know, Street Fighter versus Mortal Kombat, kind of.
Yeah, hit the playground. Sega versus
Yeah.
Nintendo.
Exactly,
Coke versus
exactly.
Pepsi. You know.
I never really got into Street Fighter. I don't hate it, but I didn't play it as much. So, you know, played it in the arcades. I thought it was neat.
I basically just, like I was saying before, we were like a PC household, so I would
Yeah.
go over to friends' houses to play stuff, and you know, like one friend had Sega stuff, and one friend had Nintendo stuff, and
Oh, nice.
you know, my parents were just like, Why do you need a console? We have a PC at home. We have like 7 PCs at home. Because my dad was taught the networking courses, so we had a 7-computer network at home. And we would play later on we'd play like Jedi Knight or whatever on over LAN.
Nice.
But it wasn't quite the same, when you like make friends around the at school, and like pretty much I was the only one that had a computer at home. So everybody else is talking Zelda and Mario.
I had 2 computers, so I could do like Command and Conquer and stuff with friends if they came over.
Now, that was something the PCs always excelled at over consoles, was RTS games.
Yeah.
Just trying to move around a cursor with a controller or a D-pad, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually networked. I had 2 PCs and I networked them in my apartment.
Very cool. I can't find this other bug. It's really bugging me.
That was fun.
So Evie says they remade Monster 1 and 2, so Monster Rancher 1 and 2. I think it's on Switch and Steam, but obviously you can't put discs in. I wonder if they have any kind of alternate way of doing that. It would be interesting.
Yeah, sometimes they do stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I was gonna say, I played Pokemon Red, and I played it on Virtual Console. I never finished it, I got about like halfway through it. I played it on Virtual Console on my 3DS XL. So it doesn't have the, like, you can't link up to trade or do the fighting or any of that stuff because it's the way it's emulated. You can't link it. So it kind of, that part kind of is not, The other thing is that you can't do the, you can't do any of the, like, stuff that you could do, like if you put it in the Game Boy Advance and you get colors and stuff. It's only black and white.
Oh, right. I think there's a...
But if you put the physical cartridge in the Game Boy Advance, you get colors,
Mm-hmm.
For some of the stuff, like the colors, certain sprites and stuff like that. And that's all the games.
I was gonna say there was Game Boy DX, right? That was like a color game, or Game Boy Color essentially, right?
There's, yeah, the DX ones I think were the black ones that would work in Game Boy Color and in a regular Game Boy.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get extra features on the color ones. There's Zelda, Link to the Past. Not Link to the Past. Link's Awakening.
Yeah, Link's Awakening.
There's a Link's Awakening DX like that, and there's a Mario DX I think too. Have them both.
Nice.
Like the physical. I think I have them both.
Uh-oh.
And then the ones that were color only, like the Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages were colored only because they were the different cartridges. They weren't like the black ones.
Gotcha.
I mean, there's other games like that too. Those are the ones I know because I have them. And I think there was a planned Metroid 1 DX, but it never ended up getting made for Metroid 2. But there is a special palette for that game in the Game Boy Advance.
Interesting. I need to go back and play it. That's another one that's on my list of wait, now that they've got the Game Boy emulator on Switch, I was thinking I'd give that a shot.
Yeah, what do they have on there?
They've got Samus 2, or they got, sorry, Metroid 2.
Yeah, Metroid 2, Return of Samus.
Yeah, they've got some game where you're like messing around with
the physical cart in my hand right now.
Nice. They've got some puzzle game where you're like putting out fire with cubes of ice. I was playing that a little bit.
Oh, is that like? That reminds me of Kickle Cubicle, but that was on NES. Or
Tetris,
there's like
of
a
course.
penguin game. There's a penguin game like that.
I remember a penguin game where you pushed blocks that was on like Konami made, I think, and it was a
Yeah.
Konami mascot for a little while.
Is that Kickle Cubicle?
It might be. I don't remember that one. I remember playing it. I remember it like I could see the screen in my head, but I think
There's
it
a
had,
couple
like,
different ones. I think there's one called Pango as well.
This one had like a pink and blue color palette, and it was on MSX, I think, originally, and then they might have had it on NES too.
Hmm.
Anyway, but what were we talking about?
What games they had on for Game Boy and stuff? Because I haven't looked it up.
Oh, right. So the ones I played was that Fire. I think it's like Ice and Fire or Fire and Ice or something, which kind of reminded me of the whole Frank Vizetta thing we were off on the other day. But
Yeah.
totally different topic.
Yes.
But so there's that game. There was Tetris, of course. Samus 2. Mario. Some kind of Mario Land. Mario something Land. 2. I think there was a
Super Mario
Wario.
Land 2.
What is it?
Super Mario Land 2.
Yeah, Super Mario Land.
That's
2.
the one. That was Wario's debut.
Okay.
I'm gonna qualify that. That's where I first heard about the character Wario in the first game that I remember him being in. It's possible that he did one of those things where he was in like Wario's Woods first, you know, which was like the last NES game. Some of the dates get a little bit fuzzy because I think the first game that Yoshi was in was really an NES game or something because the release dates are weird.
I just remember the first time I saw Yoshi, and I doubt it was like his first game or anything. But the first time I did was Super Mario World. And of course.
Yeah, Super Mario World. They wanted to put him in Super Mario 3, I think, but ended up they couldn't do it, or it wasn't working the way they wanted. So yeah, that was really the first game he was in, but I think maybe he's like in Yoshi's Cookie first or something. I can't remember, but that was the first mainline game he was in.
Yeah.
I know there's I know there's one of those that's like a weird one where there was a kind of a one-off release that was like that. Some people say that Wario's first game, and this is not actually correct, but Wario's first game, you could kind of see it is Wrecking Crew, because there is like an enemy Mario guy, but he's not Mario. But he looks like Mario. But it's not Wario, he's got a different name.
Well, I mean, if we're going like that, then we could say, you know, obviously the evil Mario-looking guy that locks up Donkey Kong is, we'll just say that's Wario, right? Donkey Kong Jr.
Well, they did say that was actually Mario, but but the reason why I bring it up is because originally Mario was called Jumpman, so it's not that far-fetched. But there's no continuum from that, because that was a very early, that was what do they call them, one of the black box Nintendo games, NES games, and there's no mention of him until the Game Boy game, so it's like 10 years. And it's a different name and stuff like that, so it's not really, but
Alright, I think I'm gonna give up on this. Bitter bug. Sorry, taking so long. I probably could have been up to the kazoo by now if I just focused on story. Where I was before. That looks like... Oh, what? Is that honey? What is that? What is this place? That's blocked off.
But yeah, that is a really good game, by the way. If you like Super Mario Brothers games,
Which
Mario
one?
Land 2,
Oh, yeah.
it's really good.
Knocker was saying the first one was awful, and then the second one was good. So.
The first one isn't awful, but it's very different and it's not great. So by comparison, it's awful, but it's not really awful.
Mm.
It's kind of like when you're comparing it to the cream of the crop, and it's just like a 7 or 8 versus a 10. It seems, you know what I mean? But it's not like a 2. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
It's a decent game, but it's not hard. You can beat it in one sitting. And it plays very different. And it was just one of those. It was one of those where they were trying to adjust it to the Game Boy hardware. You know, trying to adjust. And there's a different Mario formula. It was done by the guy that invented the Game Boy, if I remember correctly. It's done by Gunpei Yokoi, who also did Metroid.
See you later, Dolphy. He's calling it a night.
Yeah. I did actually get my one thing partially done. Well, as far as I'm gonna get done on it anyway.
I mean, it's been fun chatting regardless, so.
I know, that's what I've been doing. Let's save this. I got plenty of work stuff I can do tomorrow. That's the beauty of it. I don't have to worry too much about that. But yeah, that one's good. I got that on my 3DS. I played it in the virtual console. So I played that game and beat it. And it's really good.
Yeah, I probably should add more like games that I can beat in under an hour to my list of
Yeah. Well, Super Mario Land is one of those. You probably could. I don't know if you could do it. I don't know, but yeah, I remember beating it like the first day I got it, and I was not impressed with it back then. So yeah, it's not fantastic. But I wouldn't say it's terrible. It's just not fantastic.
Yeah. I think Knocker tends to exaggerate, and I think he has maybe I don't know. I get the sense that he maybe hasn't played truly bad games. So he may not have that experience of taste of like, you know, this is a 5 out of 10, not a 2 out of 10, because he hasn't really played 1 and 2 out of 10s.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, if he wants a bad game, I can recommend some bad games.
Oh, I can too.
I would recommend Batman Returns on the Lynx.
I saw you playing that one. Yeah.
I thought you saw me play that one. Yeah, that's a bad one.
It at least had like decent graphics for what the console was.
It had good graphics. The audio was good and stuff. It's not fun, and I had the cheat on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You would not have seen that much had I not had the cheat on. Like, I don't even think... I think I got to the... I know I got to the boss, the penguin boss, like, legit. But that is about as far as I get. I don't think I ever beat him legit. And if I did, I just made it to that one spot. And I keep missing that jump, and then it gives me game over, so I haven't never gotten past that. But I kind of don't... I think, you know, I don't know. I do kind of want to beat it with the cheat on just for spite. You know what I mean? But I got it free with the link, so I didn't have to pay for it.
just to show all those enemies that beat you down. What for?
Yeah. Well, I did get there. I mean, it's possible, but it's a lot of cheap, unavoidable stuff, and you have to like memorize it, and the enemies keep coming constantly. You can't just kill. You know what I mean? They keep coming constantly, so there's no like. You have to keep moving, you know, in that regard, because there's no like strategy of beating them that's gonna fix that, because you know eventually you get hit, you get worn down. You know, there's some and like I said, there's a lot of unavoidable to a certain extent. There's just stuff that's unavoidable. And you gotta pick up the power-ups at the right time. All that stuff.
Well, I will say well, not almost, every boss I came across, except maybe the first one and the scheme, was a matter of like beating them before they beat you. With it, like there are attacks you can avoid, but there's a lot that you can't. You know, like you can't jump. Like the monster comes at you and you can't jump high enough to jump over it, and you can't bait it into jumping high and then you can crouch under it the way you can like you know, there's the one boss in Makaimura that you're supposed to do that for. It's really hard, but there's a way to the
Red Devil.
Yeah. Like you're supposed to. I think you're supposed to jump and bait him to fly over you, and you can crouch under him. But
yeah. And the NES one, you could do it pretty easily actually on the NES one, or relatively easy if you know how to do it. But there's something in that one, and I don't remember if it's just that guy that makes, because he's like way harder than he is in the arcade on the NES, and it was just like they programmed that badly. I heard there's like it's actually a bug, and they made it way too hard accidentally. It was not on purpose.
Well, that would make sense. I mean, I know we were talking some time ago about I think Ys, and you know, like I have a stream of me beating the final boss, the Steam version of where they remade Ys, and it's really hard on PC, but apparently it's actually fairly easy on Nintendo and PC-88 and everything except like SharpX-68. And SharpX-68 is the one that I think they looked to when they started porting it forward past that.
Yeah, I got that on the Mister. Got that version because I think I saw it in the thing.
Yeah, it was when you were doing the demo. It was the prettiest version of Makaimura, I think. Either that or
in the arcade.
Yeah.
It really was. It's smooth. It's beautiful. There's no question that's the best version. And I think Game Boy Guru was saying, well, they wrote it on that for the arcade. They developed on that machine to make the arcade version, so that's why it's so good. That's why it's so good comparatively.
Well, and going back to talking about Yuzo Koshiro, he apparently still does most of his initial composition on a PC-88. Even
that makes sense.
Even for modern games, so like a lot of them, it's almost like they sound best on the PC-88. on those 80s minis.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense because you know he's making. I said this before, but he's making a
new Sega Genesis game.
A new Genesis game, yeah. Which again, I don't know. I know that Genesis uses one of those Yamaha chips. I don't know if it's the same one that's in the PC-88 or not. But it's probably a very similar one. They had a
Right. Yeah, I bet. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Alright, I'm back.
I downloaded another ZX Spectrum game.
Oh yeah? Which one is this one?
It's Super Mario Brothers.
On the Spectrum?
Yeah, somebody did it for like a coding challenge in 2019. Or
Interesting.
this version's from 2019. It's actually older than this, I think. Or there was one. I don't know, there was one, but it was maybe this has been improved, because it was like, oops, I fell down a pit. A video came up that I had tagged for watching later, and the video was from like 6 years ago. And now that I'm like into it, I went and grabbed it, but this looks different from what I saw in the video, and obviously this, I remember seeing a date of 2019 on this, and the video was from 6 years ago, so this is either a different one or it's been updated. But it's Super Mario Brothers on the Spectrum. And it's impressive, although I don't have the sound turned on, so I don't know how the sound is.
What should I name my app turn off?
Did you see the Did you see the what was it? The it's gorgeous though. When I did the one on C64.
I don't think so.
Nintendo gave a cease and desist on that one.
On your C64 one? Oh, for your Mario.
Yeah, the C64 one. Yeah, that was more recent.
Okay. No, I didn't see your stream on it, or I didn't see anything about that.
I did it on stream, but yeah, I didn't know if it was one you'd seen or not.
Yeah, remember, what was it, the twin sisters, the Gianna sisters?
Yes.
They had issues with Nintendo saying that they were too close.
Yeah, that was sort of meant to be. Oh, the warp zone's here. Cool. Uh-oh. You can actually go past the warp zone. Whoa. I'm gonna go down this pipe now. Start tape. This is amazing. And the best part is it's up to jump.
Up to jump. That's so very C64. And so very, well, so very American computer.
Yeah, well, this is ZX Spectrum up to jump, too. Amiga was like that, too. That was also Commodore, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I gotta sneeze.
Gesundheit.
Oops. Thank you. I was gonna mute, but I didn't get to it in time. I don't think I have a mute button on this headset. Dropped the controller, though.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah. Alright. World 4-1. Oh, I warped the 4-1, huh? Yeah, that's right. That's where that goes. Oops. I got hit by a buzzy beetle.
Oh, Baron Metz, sharp as a knife. You've adapted well to the writer life. The time has come to share with you news that's bleak, but sadly true. I'm talking of the fall. I'm talking of the fell black light, a spreading darkness, endless night. You've got it right. It's sad, you know. It's been around since long ago. The Blackblight's goal is to infest, spreading over monsters like a pest. It is a natural phenomena, although it's one we wish were gone. Oh, phenomenon? Gone? It comes and goes much like the breeze, but this does more than shake the trees. This time, though, I'm filled with dread by the Blackblight's incessant spread. Incessant spread? Eternal night, endless gloom. This world could even meet its doom. All's not lost, no need to mope. We've still had a chance, there is still hope. The kinship stone commands the might to purify this foul black blight. But first the kinship stone you hold must be filled with a power untold. What you can do, though the ask is steep, is forge bonds with your Munsties deep. As these bonds deepen by the hour, your kinship stone will grow in power. I shall remain in watchful care of the black light, so don't despair. If there should happen anything new, I'll get a message straight to you. Now, young one, your training awaits, so go ahead, back to the village gates. I really do like that, the ability to rhyme.
Yeah.
Sorry if I was interrupting you. We were talking about Spectrum earlier.
No, I just stopped listening because I stopped and listened because, yeah.
Hopefully we should be able to upgrade some stuff now. What we got the most of? Probably just iron, right?
Oh yeah, Evie followed me on Twitch. I got a notification.
Oh yeah, I should put out the YouTube links for your channel and my channel. Maybe a little late now. Let's see. There's Discord. So there's mine, and then yours is under Drake Tungsten, I think, right?
Big Tungsten 74, yeah.
There we go.
So it's like YouTube at, you know, I got a one of those names.
Right. Oh, I think the, well, whatever.
I mean, I could put the link in there.
I got yours, and I was just getting mine. I
Oh,
think,
okay.
I think the one I put in for mine is actually my editing link for doing stuff on my channel rather than the actual link.
Well, I mean, it won't work for them because,
Right.
you know, they can't edit. But you can still view the channel that way. Although you probably don't want to give them that link.
Anyway, it's fixed now.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have done that. I should have upgraded my... Oh, well, never mind. I only need insect parts for this anyway. Okay.
Upgraded, you never mind.
Yeah, I was just... upgrading parts. I think I want to buy the other great sword. Defender.
Alright, I'm gonna try to find this OBS chat thing. Or, not OBS, but you know.
Right. Your chatbot.
Yeah, my OBS is linked to the restream now, which then links to the 2 channels I have.
Right.
Oh, now I want to hear the audio. I see it going on my video capture device. Alright, I'm gonna put my headset down so I won't be able to hear you for a second.
No problem. Okay, fine on that. What time is it now? It's like almost 10. Oof. And we've been streaming for 4 hours? Criminy. I think it might be time. Let's do some more story here. Herbs and blue mushrooms. Oh, sorry. I keep knocking that. Knocked it with my head this time. Oh, just restores health, huh? Oh, it's got too much glare on my screen now. Anyway. Look at that. First-time animals would be a fine test of your skills. That serves as the provider of your first job as a proprietor. Nice. Okay. Well. I think I'm gonna call it. It's been quite the stream here. Kind of lost track of time. Spent way too much time trying to find stupid bitter bugs. I'm sure there's probably some specific spot that they're very common, and I just missed it entirely. So yeah. Anyway, I'm going to. Saved. I'm gonna do a raid here with whoever's still on. Let's see here. Who is on right now? Got Flag the Ripper, want some Bucky O'Hare. Scanline Heroes. Oh, Sam's playing Hogwarts. Let's go raid Sand. Let's give him a big scare. Alrighty. Thanks everybody for watching. Hope you have a great night. I got work tomorrow, so I'll probably not be on till later in the day, if at all. It's Tuesday. Probably Sam's probably going to want to do some Monster Hunter Rise, so we'll probably do some of that, potentially. Otherwise, I might play some more of this. I might play some more Star Ocean. We'll see. Anyway, have a great night, folks.